The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community.
This is an experience.
I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're at this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! Simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
Developers happy. Woo! Say get involved. Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
Developers happy. Woo! Say get involved. Come to us with your feedback. Congrats on
Hello everyone. Dear audience and honorable guest speakers, I would like to Conference 2021. I am your host Kiran Munir.
Hello everyone. Dear audience and honorable guest speakers,
desktop. I'll be steering the event today.
I am your host Kiran Munir. And honorable guest speakers.
Hi, seems like we have some technical difficulties. Just give me 1 minute to settle those up. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Dear audience and honorable guest speakers, I would like to welcome you all to .NET Conference 2021. I am your host Kiran Munir. I am a .NET solution developer with extensive
Dear
desktop
audience
and
and
web
honorable
development
guest speakers,
experience.
I would like to welcome you all to
I'll be
.NET
chairing the
Conference
event today and
2021.
will be with you
I am
for
your
5
host Kiran
hours.
Munir. I am a .NET solution developer with
Dear
audience and honorable guest speakers,
Hey, good morning. This is Abdul Rahman, and welcome to .NET Conf. And I am basically a Microsoft certified trainer, President Code Movement Pakistan, and also a principal software engineer at Datum. I'm so excited to share all the things that we've built with the open source community for the .NET 6 release. I hope you all can hear me. Right? Uh, okay, if you can confirm. Yeah, you can. Perfect. So let's get started. So cross-platform and open source .NET is basically a unified development platform for building anything. So you can use the same tools, libraries, languages, runtime, and everything to build any application across web, mobile, desktop, gaming, IoT, AI, cloud, and whatnot. So .NET is basically a general purpose programming language that enables all kind of application scenarios. Once you learn, you can easily pick any other. So to enable specific app scenarios, app models, or app frameworks that are built on top of these libraries, and runtime to extend what .NET can do. With .NET 6, we have the unified SDK, common base libraries, and runtime on which all of these app models sit upon. So .NET has basically a vast set of ecosystem of thousands of libraries, packages that you can get via NuGet and other open source projects that are in development on GitHub. There are hundreds of vendors providing additional components, tools, libraries, and services as well. You can use a broad set of IDEs and editors with .NET, including best-in-class tools with Visual Studio for Mac. So in general, Visual Studio whole family, and also if you want to use the cross-platform editor, you can use Visual Studio Code, and you can also use the .NET CLI if you want to go all the way along to the terminal. So I'll share some momentum for the .NET ecosystem. The .NET ecosystem has seen some significant momentum in the last few years. So there are now 5.4 million monthly active developers that use Visual Studio family of tools every day. .NET Core and .NET 5 has been ranked for number one 3 years in a row, and is basically a most loved platform and most loved framework on the Stack Overflow server. So Cloud Native Computing Foundation tracks the highest velocity projects on all GitHub. They measure this by rating the pull requests and issues that came in and how they're accepted. The .NET repos have been consistently in the top 30 since 2017. So basically, there are also 6,900 people outside Microsoft that made over 21,000 contributions. So it's these are basically a huge contribution, and I would like to thank you to all of those open source contributors. So a huge thank to all the contributors that have made an incredible improvement in the .NET 6 release. Microsoft is always focused on having the best performance. Here you can see the Tech Empower performance comparison with Java and Node.js. Better performance leads to lower compute cost, and .NET gets better every release. Many of these improvements were made by the community. So .NET 6 Web Framework, ASP.NET Core, and ASP.NET Core is still over 10 times faster than the Node.js. So they've also worked really hard on Entity Framework Core performance. So EF Core performance in .NET 6 has been improved by a whooping 92% over .NET 5. The query performance is 36% better than .NET 5, and if you combine the whole benchmarks of .NET, ASP.NET, and Entity Framework Stack, so these are the second most highly performing entries in the full ORM category. So with that, I would like to formally introduce you with the general availability of .NET 6. So we have a whole bunch of improvements that are coming with the .NET 6. So you have the unified common based libraries and SDKs. You have industry leading performance over other tools like Node.js and Java and other platforms. So you have simplified development that is easier to get started. So there are a whole lot of things that are included in built in the box whenever you create a new project, and you are just good to go with those improvements. So you can use the new C# 10 and F# 6 releases and their new features like record structures and everything. And .NET 6 has also support for the Apple Silicon M1 chips. And this is basically a long-term support release besides .NET 5. So go get the .NET. Simply go to get.net/6 and download the latest SDK. And along with .NET 6, we've also released the major version of Visual Studio, which is Visual Studio 2022. This is basically the best IDE for .NET development with support for the latest project types, cross-platform mobile and desktop apps with .NET MAUI, or also known as MAUI. So VS 2022 is also responsive with web UIs with Blazor. You can do some extra cool features like hot reload and other cool stuff. So IntelliCode is also available there. So IntelliCode is basically so there you can get whole line completion or suggestions with IntelliCode, and also you can get suggestions for your common code refactoring on the fly. So there's built-in Git and GitHub integrations to clone the repos, manage work items, and pull requests, and automatically set up CI/CD workflows to GitHub and GitHub Actions and Azure. And VS 2022 is the first 64-bit version of Visual Studio, which means that you will see a huge improvements in form of speed and performance because it is natively using the 64-bit architecture. So just simply go to visualstudio.com/download and download the new Visual Studio family. To help you move to .NET 6, Microsoft also released the .NET Upgrade Assistant. It helps you modernize older .NET Framework code bases. It's a command line tool that gives you step-by-step instructions for upgrading to the latest version of .NET. We've had over 40,000 downloads of the preview versions with customers like EpiServer. Optimizely have given us a lot of great feedback through the preview period, and now we're ready to make it generally available. So this now supports C# and VB.NET languages and .NET 6. So we are also seeing customers use it very successfully today. So I really encourage you to give it a try. Simplified development. Let's talk about simplified developments. What simplified development is? The first really cool feature that I really like about is the hot reload. One of my favorite features, hot reloads, is not just for .NET 6 developers. It works on multiple project types and all .NET versions. So for example, 4.6 and higher, that supports edit and continue feature in Visual Studio. .NET 6 is the most optimized for the best hot reload experience, such as razor editing, CSS hot reload, most supported edits, ability to use hot reload when starting the app without the debugger. So hot reload through .NET Watch and CLI and Blazor, and also .NET MAUI support. You can also use the new features in VS 2022 and .NET 6, the C# 10 features. For example, the global usings, the implicit and explicit usings, the class versus struct records. We'll have a demo really quick about these. And also for the set of minimal APIs with .NET 6, we've built upon C# top-level programs to provide you with a lightweight way to build ASP.NET Web APIs with minimal code. So as you can see on the left side, these are just 3 lines of code, and with that you are good to go and test your get and post calls of the REST API on the fly. So let's have a quick demo, and I'll share my Visual Studio with you. Let me just switch to other screen. So I hope you all can see my screen now. Let me just reconfirm. Perfect. So look at this CLI, and with .NET 5, if you just type .NET New, you will see all these listings in .NET New. So these are just improved in .NET 6. So if I just type .NET New in with .NET 6, so you'll see the really simplified version of .NET CLI options. So you can go in there, and then you'll see other options as well. And also for the project with .NET 5, if you just create a new console app with .NET 5, you will see just all these lines of code. So you have to write the namespace and the class. Inside the class, you will have to have the main method, and then your line of code just to write console, just to write hello world. So if I move to .NET 6 and create a new project with that, so you see, you just type console write line hello world, and everything is taken care by the compiler itself and the Visual Studio itself. So you don't need to take care of main method or the class or the namespaces, anything. You just create a new project and start typing your code, and you're good to go. Also, for the minimal API, if I go in File, New Project, you can type ASP core and empty one. Next, and Web API 1 is the perfect name. And in here you can select whichever version do you want. So .NET 6, it says long-term support. .NET 5 is the current one, and 3.1 was also the long-term support. So that depends on what SDKs you have installed on your machine. And simply click create. And in program CS, you can see that you now have the ability to go to this URL, and this will return hello world. So you can just simply click, go and create your ASP.NET Web applications, and I have some other default application that is made from ASP.NET Core Web API. So if you create a new API project, you will start seeing this. So you see, we have a number of calls in here, weather forecast, and it has a lot of code. You can made it async as well. So for example, let's make it async, and let's move this code to this lambda. This is basically a lambda. And with that, I just type in lambda. So if I hover over map get, and let me just, you'll see that it accepts just a delegate. So you can pass any delegate to this map get or map post function. So if I hover over this lambda, so you see that it automatically recognize what type is it and what lambda type is it, and it just passes over into that map get function. So previously the compiler was not able to recognize these lambda functions or their types. So it's really good that we now have this feature, and you can use these features with VS 2022 and .NET 6. Also, for example, let me just quickly do. If I, for example, delete this file or remove this, you'll see that we'll start seeing errors in here because weather forecast resides in the models. So we have to have the usings above. So using models, and then they will be resolved. So you can have as many usings as you want. So these are like as we were having before. But for now, we can uh, we can cut these usings and create any file in our project. This can be any file with any name, and paste your usings there and just type global with those. So these using will be available across your whole project. You see the squigglies are gone, and so and we our code is now buildable. And with that, so these are basically global usings. And also, if you want to, so these are the usings that we explicitly put global. So there are some using that Microsoft put global by themselves in MS Build. So for example, you can see this ASP.NET Core Builder web application. And so if I, for example, go into csproj of this file, so you see that you have the tag of implicit usings. So if I make it, if I remove enable, or for example, remove this, so you see that we're seeing now the errors, and the datetime is having an errors, and we have to explicitly put all the usings, for example, systems or threadings or ASP.NET Core Builder. So if I put change it to enable, so it will automatically implicitly put the usings inside our build, and it will just recognize those common statements that we use inside our projects. So that was the simplified development. So time is almost reaching, and we'll go with more slides. Let's talk about cloud development. So what are the common patterns that we use these days? So one of them is n-tier architecture, in which we have front end and back end, and there is a database that resides behind the back end, and that we use in as our models, or you can say the legacy model. And the other one is the microservices model or microservices architecture. So in microservices, you have multiple components, for example, front end components and back end components, and other front-end components. So you can have multiple components, and with those components you have the separate databases with those, and they reside, they basically are isolated in an isolated form, and can communicate with each other. But for example, if one service goes down, your whole application will not be down, and everything will be up, and you can scale as many microservices as you want. You can scale them independently, or you can scale up and down as a global as well. So people usually ask why .NET, and where is .NET being used at Microsoft. So I'll give you some examples. So .NET is being used in a Active Directory gateway, and also the App Service Gateway in Microsoft Azure. So, and if you go to Bing.com, and if you go to their workflow engine, so they are being written by .NET. And if you go to the Dynamics 365 gateway, it's also being written by .NET. So I've been using the gateway terminology. So what is gateway? So gateway is basically a reverse proxy that sits on some platform, and that sits behind your application. And so Microsoft just released a YARP 1.0, which is a reverse proxy based on .NET. So if you want to make your application highly scalable, highly performant, you can use this reverse proxy in your application. So it's open source. Go to GitHub, and you can see the contribution, and you can contribute yourself. So it's generally available right now. And with that, .NET 6 is also supported on Azure today. If you want to go and deploy your apps on Azure, .NET 6 support is there in the app services, in the static web apps, in the functions, and their sub applications as well. And Microsoft also put the Azure Container Apps in public preview. So container apps basically are the serverless container solutions offering a combination of built-in HTTP-based autoscale and event-driven autoscale to run containers that may be processing between messages from queues, streams, or databases. Container apps support microservices architecture built with containers using any languages or framework or any runtime. Container apps provide streamlined code to cloud pipeline using GitHub Actions as well. So you don't have to take care of the infrastructure. You don't have to see what Kubernetes cluster do you what and how many clusters do you have to use. You just go and code your application and put it on the container apps, and infrastructure will be taken care by the Azure itself. And also in VS 2022, you can use the container applications support as well. And let's talk about modern client development. So we've talked about hot reload before in the .NET 6 feature. So Microsoft basically released Blazor a couple of years ago, or first day. So there are basically two categories. So one of them is Blazor Server, and the other one is Blazor WebAssembly. So we'll be having this session on Blazor in a few in a few minutes or so. So I'll then go with you can have a full access to server capabilities. So Blazor servers use SignalR behind the scenes, and Blazor WebAssembly uses the WebAssembly in the browser, and that renders the whole .NET Razor components, and that communicates with the DOM. So there are a whole lot of improvements coming up with .NET 6 and Blazor. For example, ahead of time compilation, error boundaries, dynamic components, Blazor state persistent during pre-rendering, and many other things. And also Microsoft also released the Fluent UI components with Blazor. So you can have 40 plus components that are available now, and that are integrated with web, Windows, and Teams, and Office, and other application tools. And also with .NET Platform MAUI or MAUI, you can use these cross-platform native UI in your .NET 6 application, and as a single project, single code base, you can deploy them to multiple devices, whether it's Windows, Android, or iOS, or a Mac. So these are basically generally availability will be in the later this year. And skip and go to. So yeah, get started with .NET 6 today, and go download Visual Studio 2022. And if you have your application in the earlier versions, you can use the upgrade assistant, and you can try out the new MAUI preview. Links are given on the screen. So that will be all from my side. I will see you in a minute. Thank you. So next off, we are having a session by Rob Richardson. He will be talking about leveling up your DevOps with GitHub Actions and Kubernetes. Hi, Rob.
Hi. I am so excited to get to present. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yep, perfectly fine.
Excellent. So we're going to build a DevOps pipeline live on stage today. This is really fun. I'm so glad to be here at .NET Conf here in Pakistan. Thanks for including me in the event.
Thank you so much for joining, Rob. We're so excited to see you here, and we're excited for your session as well.
Very nice. So here's the part where I tell you I am definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. Except for in this talk, there are no slides. There's only live code. So let's pull up the code. Now, we've got this code here up on GitHub. And the cool thing about this GitHub project is it's pretty much empty. Now, I have done a little bit of setup, but for the most part, we're going to build all of the code live right now. Now, you can grab this code from this GitHub link, or head off to robrich.org, click on presentations, and here's Level Up Your DevOps. The code is online right now. While you're here at robrich.org, we can learn some of the things that I've done recently. One of the things I'm particularly proud of is I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air and they sent me a mug. Woohoo! AZ Give Camp is also really fun. AZ Give Camp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. On Sunday, we deliver the completed software to the charities. There's some other things that you can learn, but let's dig in and start building some code. So we have an empty directory. Let's say .NET New. Now, the cool thing about .NET New is that we can specify the various types of projects. In this case, let's say .NET New MVC. Now I'm going to give it a name of Level Up DevOps and give it an output folder of the current folder. Now, if I didn't give it a name, it would use my folder name. So in this case, demo. If I didn't give it an output folder, it would put it inside of a subfolder. So to make sure that it's in my current folder, we do it that way. Now let's pop this open in VS Code. We can see that we have controllers. Here's my home controller. We have views. Here's my home view. Instead of just welcome, let's say welcome to .NET Conf Pakistan. That's awesome. Now our next step is to get this project into Git. So let's go build a .gitignore file. .gitignore. Now we want to ignore bin and obj, all the content that we build. We want to ignore user-specific files, so star.user, star.suo, the .vs folder. We also want to ignore downloaded content. In this case, we don't have any packages folder or anything there. So we're there. Well, oh, yes, I would like to create these. That'll create the .vs code folder. We might choose to ignore that, or maybe we might want to share that because it has the debug settings in it. And then we also might want to ignore things like star.tmp, star.log, temporary files. We want to ignore those 4 types of files. The files that we build, the user-specific files, files that we download, and temp files. Now, we want to put this inside of a container so that we can deploy it into Kubernetes. Our first step there is to build a new file, a .docker ignore file. Now, the cool part about a .docker ignore file is it uses the exact same syntax as a gitignore file. So let's copy this and set it here. Now, if we didn't have a .docker ignore, but we did have a .gitignore, then Docker would use our gitignore file. There is one more set of files that we want to ignore. We want to ignore development files. So app settings.development.json and also launch settings.json. Launch settings.json is here, and it specifies all of the details that I would need to debug my application. We definitely don't want that in production. Now that I've got my Docker ignore file, let's create the next file, which is a Docker file. Now, it's important this be named Dockerfile and not dockerfile.txt. So if you accidentally named it with a .txt, we can pull this off and just say Dockerfile. Now, in a Dockerfile are 4 main verbs: from, copy, run, and cmd. We're going to use each of those today. Now, if you know these 4 commands, you can probably build most any Docker file. Let's start with from. Let's head off to Docker Hub and we'll search for ASP.NET. So here inside the .NET repository, we will be able to take a look at those things in .NET. Now, this is a meta repository, so it links to the other repositories. We want to dig into the SDK. We want to build inside the container. Here's our .NET 6 base image. And if we scroll down a little bit farther, we can see that there are various additions. And there's one on Alpine. Let's use that. Alpine is a very small Linux image. So there we go, Alpine. And now we've got that base image with the build tools. We want to copy everything from our current directory where we'll run our docker build command into the current directory in our image. Where is that current directory? workdir/src. There's that current directory. Now we could have named it anything, var lib foo, whatever, but /src seems to work. Now, we want to run some commands. If we were running these on the command line, we would say .NET restore to restore all of our NuGet packages, .NET build-c release to build in release mode, .NET test to run all of our unit tests. And we'll also run this in release mode to avoid a debug and a release build inside of our bin folder. Next, we'll run .NET publish -c release to build in release mode, and -o to the dist folder. Now this .NET publish is exactly the same as a right-click publish in Visual Studio, but we're doing it here inside of our Docker file in the DevOps process, so we'll know it will be consistent. But it's going to gather all that content, all of the DLLs, all of the content in our www root folder, and allow us to deploy it. Now, each of these are the command line utilities, and we want to run them as Docker commands. So let's run this, and run this, and run this, and run this. And now we've got all of those commands built up in our Docker file. Next, let's grab some environment variables. And this just tells ASP.NET to run in production mode and to start on port 80. And then finally, the CMD command, we want to run .NET level up devops.dll. Now that is in the dist folder. So now we've got a Docker file. Now this Docker file would work great in production, but there's a few things that we can tidy up. One of the rules of thumb of Docker is to not put build tools inside of a production container. Yet right now we have the build tools. Let's head back to Docker Hub and we can take a look at the ASP.NET runtime image, and we can use that to remove the build tools from our production image. So let's grab that, and there is an Alpine variant of this as well. So let's now split this in half. So I'm going to say from that, and now we have a build image, a build server in air quotes image, and we also have a production runtime server image. Now that's perfect. We've now removed our build tools from our production image, but we do need to copy our content. So let's say copy, and we'll copy the dist folder into the current folder. But right now it would look for a dist folder out here. We want to copy from equals build. Where is build? Let's name this one as build. Now we could definitely name this one as prod or whatever we needed to, but let's just leave it blank. There's one more thing we can tidy up. Each of these commands creates a new Docker layer. So right now, if I were to change an HTML file or a CSS file, it would need to restore my NuGet packages. Let's restore our NuGet packages first, and then copy in all of our content. That way, if I just change a CSS file, I won't need to restore NuGet. Now we do need to copy in our manifest. Let's copy level up devops.csproj into the current folder. Okay, now we'll copy our csproj, then do a .NET restore. Docker will be able to cache that layer, and then copy in everything else, do a build, test, publish, and finally deploy. There's our perfect Docker file. Now let's go grab a Kubernetes YAML file. And of course, we'll just grab the one that we used last time. So here's our Kubernetes YAML file. And all we really need to do is change last time to level up DevOps. Now, this Kubernetes YAML file contains a deployment that specifies that we'll have one server in this case. It includes a service that will load balance across all of those, and it'll include an ingress that will map our host name to that service. Now, there are a few replacement expressions like image label, ACR URL, and AKS URL. We'll use those in our build so that those secrets don't end up in our source control. One more file to add. Let's add a README file, readme.md, and let's go grab the README content. Perfect. Let's start committing this code. Now, let's double check, make sure that we're not committing any built or user-specific files. We'll stage everything, and we will say level up DevOps website. Perfect. Now that we've got our content built, let's do a git push origin main, and that will get it up into GitHub. Now that our content here in GitHub, we can take a look at our website, and we're doing a lot better. Did I fail push? Oh, it's still pushing. There we go. Now we've got our content on GitHub. So the website that was totally blank now has a lot more content in it. Now I did say it was pretty much empty, but I did go into the settings here and I did create some secrets. And I created the secrets, new repository secret, give it a name, give it a value, and I created that secret. Now I've created secrets for each of the things that I want to use in my build. The username and password that I'll need to log into Azure Container Registry, also the URL of my container registry, and the URL of my Kubernetes service, including my kube config. With those secrets in place, let's head into actions and start building up our DevOps pipeline. Now, GitHub suggests some things, and that might be nice. Here's a .NET one. There's also a Docker one. Terraform build, that's pretty cool. And we can see that there are lots of templates that we could pick. Now, in our case, let's just start from a blank template because I think that'll be kind of fun. Now, instead of just main, let's call it Docker build and push, or Docker and Kubernetes. There we go. Now we'll name it Docker build and push Kubernetes apply. Now we want to trigger it on, nope, not that. We want to trigger it on pushes to the main branch, and we'll come back to pull requests if we have a minute. I love this next one, workflow dispatch, because it means that we have a manual build button. That's really cool. Next up, we want to run it on Ubuntu. That sounds great. And let's start talking about the task that we want to accomplish. The first task is to check stuff out, and then we could run scripts. In this case, I will run a multi-stage script. So let's take a look at that. And in this case, we're going to run Docker build, and we'll tag it with level up DevOps and build in the current directory. Now, I do want to use some of those secrets. Let's head off to the docs and take a look at how we did that. We created our secrets. Here's our secrets. And let's use this methodology to be able to leverage them. $, curly, curly, secrets dot that secret name. Back here in our Docker build file, let's give it that secret, but we'll call this ACR URL to get to our Azure Container Registry. I'm also going to give it a github.sha here, which is the git hash of our current commit. Next, we want to Docker push this image that we just built into our container registry. There we go. Now, to be able to push it, we first need to do a Docker login. So let's come in here and say Docker login. This one looks like a good one. We can take a look at the full marketplace listing, which likely will link us to the GitHub repository and also show us the details about how we could use this. But in this case, I'll just copy this YAML here, and let's set it in place here. I probably need to indent it a little better. There we go. And now let's log in. What is our registry? Well, we have that secret, secrets.acr URL. So let's log in that way. We need a username. So let's go grab our username secret here, ACR username. We need a password. So let's go grab the ACR password that we saved. And now log out. Now the default is true. Let's continue with that. Now this is not to log out after this task, but rather after this entire build. If we're on a shared host, then this is good to be able to clear out our secrets so that they don't leak into the next build. Now in this case, GitHub will manage that for us, but it's just good hygiene. So we'll log into Docker, then we'll build our container, and then finally push it. Next, let's do a kubectl apply, and we'll apply this k8s.yaml file, and that will run this content in Azure Kubernetes Service. Now, to be able to do this, we do need to log into Kubernetes. So let's come back over to the marketplace and let's look for Kubernetes set context. This one looks like a good one. We could look at the full marketplace listing, but we just need the YAML in this case. Let's set that in place and indent it a little bit better. And now we can take a look at various methods to be able to connect to our Kubernetes cluster. Now, the default is a kube config file, and that's great for me. I'm going to use the secret here for the secrets.kube config that I stored previously. I got that out of my .cube folder in my user directory. And then we don't need the rest of the content because we're not going to log in that way. Now, there are some secrets here in our file that we do need to replace. Have the ACR URL and the AKS URL. So back in our GitHub build file, let's go put this replacement expression in place. Now, it is a little bit hairy, so I will just copy and paste that into place. Here in our Kubernetes YAML file, we're going to not back up and replace ACR URL with the secret, AKS URL with the secret, and the image label with the GitHub shop. Perfect. We're logged into Docker, we're logged into Kubernetes, we build our image, we push that to our registry, we replace the secrets, and we push that into Kubernetes. Now, I'm very specifically doing this here and not here, because if I, for example, come in here to my .docker ignore file, and if I forgot to add k8s.yaml in this file, then these secrets would accidentally get pushed into the container. I definitely don't want that. So I'm going to wait until after I push the container into my container registry to replace these secrets. Perfect. Now let's start a commit. Add GitHub DevOps pipeline, and let's commit it. Now, the cool part about this is it just becomes another file within our registry. It's in this .github/workflows folder. So if we come to our registry or our local machine, we can git pull and grab that content into our local machine. And it's just another file within our project. Here's that Docker, here's that GitHub build file, and we could just modify this on our local machine. Now, because it happens to be, if we want to get back into that experience, we can click on the pencil and we get the same editor that we had together with the marketplace to be able to continue building. But because we have this file here in .github/workflows folder, it has kicked off a build for us. Let's go into that build and take a look at details. Now it's going to do each of those processes. So it will log into Docker, log into Kubernetes, run our Docker file that includes the build and test and publish steps. We'll then copy that into the other container, push that up to our container registry, and start that inside of Kubernetes. And it looks like that build went green. Excellent. Now it takes a while for Kubernetes, for Azure Kubernetes service to update DNS to get our content into place. So yeah, let's use port forwarding to get there. We could port forward into a particular pod or into a deployment or into a service. Let's definitely do that. We'll port forward into a service. So kubectl port forward service / level up DevOps, and we'll go from port 80 on our local machine to port 80 in the cluster. Now we could, maybe port 80 on my machine is occupied, so I'll go from port 8080. Now that I've got that proxy in place, let's come to localhost 80, and we can see our website that we just built running inside of Azure Kubernetes Service inside of a container. Excellent. Now that was really cool, being able to get our content from our local machine into Kubernetes. Now, we did talk about pull requests. Let's create a pull request build. Now, I'm going to create a new file, dockerpr.yaml, And let's paste in the contents that we had from our previous build. Now, in this case, I'm going to say Docker build PR, and I will rename this. Let's run on all the branches that are not main. Let's also run on pull request, and these branches that are any branch. Perfect. Now, in our pull request build, we don't want to apply this to our Kubernetes cluster, so let's remove that. That means that we don't need to log into Kubernetes. Let's remove that, which means we also don't need to set our secrets inside the Kubernetes YAML file. We probably also don't want to push this image into our container registry. We don't want to accidentally deploy one of these, which also means we probably don't even need this secret here. Let's just call this level up DevOps-PR, which also means we don't need to log into Docker. Our pull request build is really simple now. That's excellent. Let's also create a README file. Now here in our GitHub repository, we have this README, but wouldn't it be cool if we had a status badge? Let's come back into our actions. We'll look at our particular build, and we'll go grab the status badge here. Let's copy this content. We'll set it into our README file, and that will give us a status badge. Let's put it right there. Okay, let's commit this content. We'll stage all of the changes, double check that we're not adding anything that we don't expect. I love this diff view where we can see the content that we've added. Oh, there's the bug that we had with the Kubernetes KDS YAML file not getting ignored. Glad we got that solved. So PR build and README status. Let's commit this. We will push this. Git push origin main. And because we've made some changes here in our main branch, of course, we're going to get a build here inside of Kubernetes. So let's come in here. And last time we just clicked the, oh, it hasn't pushed. Let's double check. There we go. So we went in this way by clicking on the yellow dot to get into the build. This time, let's go the other way. We'll click on actions. We can see our various builds. We now have the new PR build. That's excellent. We can choose to filter these by the particular build that we wanted. In this case, we can take a look at all workflows, and we see this new one kicked off. Let's jump into this and the particular stage. And now we can see all the steps involved in this build. We'll do a Docker login, Kubernetes set context. Both of those are done already. And now we'll enter into our Docker build file. Here's where we'll do a Docker, we'll restore our NuGet packages. Looks like that succeeded. Now we're going to do a Docker build. Ooh, that succeeded. Now we don't have any tests, so when we run tests, all of that succeeds as well. Now let's publish that content, copy it into the new image. We'll push that new image up to our container registry. Looks like that's working out real well. And as soon as we finish pushing the new image to our container registry, we will apply that image inside of our Kubernetes cluster. And so now that we've got that running in our Kubernetes cluster, we can do a kubectl get all, and we see that we've got that content running inside of Kubernetes, including the new version that we just built. Now, this was excellent. We were able to build a DevOps pipeline, build a .NET website, containerize it, and publish it into Azure Kubernetes Service in just a little amount of time. You can grab the code right now from this GitHub repository that we just built, and you can easily get to it from robrich.org/presentations. If you're watching this video later, hit me up on Twitter at @rob_rich, and let's continue the conversation. Or for those of us who are here live in the event, what are your questions? What are your thoughts? What should I add to this build next time I do this talk? One of the questions I often get here is, well, what if I wanted to do this to a different cloud? Could I do this to AWS or GCP? Yes. You'll notice that nothing in our GitHub Actions file referenced Azure specifically. We did happen to set our secrets pointed to Azure, but we could just as easily set secrets pointed to AWS or GCP and run this build to another cloud as well, or even to OpenShift or any other Kubernetes environment. This is all just .NET and Docker and Kubernetes. It is not cloud specific.
Well, thank you, Rob. It was a very informative session. Thank you for joining us today. We will now move on to our next session, which is enterprise grade Blazor apps with .NET 6. So we have Wasim Ahmed here. Wasim Ahmed is a senior software developer with 6 years of experience. He has worked passionately with .NET technology stack and active full stack developer with a vast skill set. He has experience across software development lifecycle and in various sectors, including government, commerce, and aviation. So I'll hand over the session to Wasim Ahmed now.
Thank you, Kiran. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be at .NET Conference Pakistan. We are all here to celebrate and learn about .NET 6, which is loaded with great new features. Just to confirm, am I audible to everyone? Okay, I consider it a yes.
Yes,
Okay,
you are.
it's Wasim Ahmed. I am a senior software engineer on the ASP.NET team at Datum Square IT Services. I will be talking on a bunch of improvements for Blazor app development in .NET 6. In this session, we are going to look at what Blazor features you can use in enterprise-grade apps to use it, make it more helpful for you. So let's start. Blazor. Blazor is a web UI framework for building client-side web applications using .NET and C Sharp. With Blazor, you can build rich interactive web UI components using just open web standards, HTML, CSS, and then .NET and C Sharp instead of JavaScript. Blazor has two hosting models, WebAssembly and the server that Abdul Rahman also talked in the keynote. Blazor server released earlier has business logic on server and front-end code HTML and C Sharp on the client's browser. The communication happens via SignalR connection that is entirely maintained by the Blazor itself. In WebAssembly, all of your code, including business logic, is converted to the intermediate binary format and then downloaded on the client side. An amazing functionality to create progressive web apps. With Blazor, you can take your Blazor components and due to its flexible hosting model, you can host those components on a server in the cloud. You can host them on WebAssembly in the browser. You can even host them in native client mobile and desktop applications using a modern approach. With Blazor, you can take the same web UI components and reuse them across multiple mobile, desktop, and web platforms. Blazor is a part of ASP.NET Core. ASP.NET Core has everything that you need to build rich modern web UI and powerful backend services. The addition of Blazor to the ASP.NET Core extends the reach of your web applications to the client. Um, there is no need to rewrite your ASP.NET Core apps to use Blazor. Blazor's component can be added directly to your existing MVC views and the Razor pages. So who is using Blazor today? GE Digital. GE Digital is using Blazor. They wrote their Flight Pulse app to put data and analytics in the hands of more than 3,000 pilots to help them improve safety and efficiency on every flight. The backend configuration for what data those pilots actually see, that was built using Blazor. Spot by Explore is a leading provider of solutions for the dry cleaning industry. They wrote a beautiful new modern web UI for their existing point of sales application. They built a new UI using Blazor Server. They were able to reuse their existing .NET investments to provide a modern web experience for their users. So is Microsoft using it inside Microsoft? Yes. Microsoft Interact. is an insider trading compliance platform. It is used to identify and notify insiders at Microsoft of their responsibilities when trading Microsoft securities. This app was built using Blazor as well as ASP.NET Core and a bunch of other .NET technologies. Also, then the Dynamic 365 Connected Store. This is a new offering for optimizing in-store operations with real-time observational data. They built their in-store configuration app and setup app as a Blazor application. Blazor and .NET 6 is loaded with lots of great features, way more than we have time to cover in just this session. But some stuff that I want to highlight here is, first of all, .NET Hot Reload is supported for Blazor applications and .NET 6. You can quickly make changes to your app and then apply them to the running application. We can now persist any state that you use when pre-rendering your component from the server from your ASP.NET Core app, so that it can be reused when the app loads on the client. You have much better story for error handling with error boundaries and Blazor and .NET 6. We have a whole new tool chain for dealing with Blazor WebAssembly. You can do ahead of time compilation for much better runtime path. You can link in native dependencies into your Blazor WebAssembly application. You can then also relink the runtime to remove unused features. The download size of Blazor WebAssembly apps is much smaller in .NET 6. You can also dynamically render components. You can render components from your existing JavaScript apps like your Angular app or your React app in .NET 6. It has also support for custom event arguments. You can write JavaScript initializers to initialize logic before and after your Blazor application runs. You can define JavaScript modules for each of your components that sit alongside your component code. Then child components can now infer the generic type parameters from ancestor components. When you have more elaborate hierarchy of components, you can put your generic type constant in Razor now. You can handle large binary data when you're doing JavaScript interrupt. Then signal our message size limitations that was previously we have are now removed, and support for required components parameters is now added, handling query string parameters, influencing the HTML head. We have much better SVG support now. Okay, all right, getting started with Blazor is super easy. All you got to do is go to blazor.net and download and install the .NET SDK. Once you have got that, you can then get going and start developing with your Visual Studio of choice. Let's go take a look at Blazor in .NET 6. Let's go ahead and pop open Visual Studio 2022. I've got it installed, and let's create a new project. I would like to create a Blazor application. I'm going to create a Blazor server app for this app. I actually recommend that's a good place to start if you are building your first Blazor app. Blazor server is really nice to start. Let's find name. We have .NET 6 with long-term support, super cool. Just a sec. Let me pull that here. Okay, the first thing to notice here is the project files is looking pretty simple here. We are using the ASP.NET Core minimal hosting model. If you see this, we have no more startup class. All of the logic is within the program.css. CS file, that is all of our startup related code, configuring services, setting up the middleware pipeline, and so forth. This is also using the latest C# features. We have got top level statements here. We are using implicit usings. We have got namespaces that is known as file scope namespaces. So everything is there inside this file. And let's start with some file. Okay, let me start this application first. Let us set up our screen. Arrange both of them at one screen so we can see them together. Okay, so let's start with the index.razor component. Let's change something in the code and see if how we can use it, the new features in .NET 6 using Blazor. So hello.NET Conf. Right after this, if you see the icon on top, that is hot reload, as soon as you click this button, you will see the change right on the browser. So that's amazing. I haven't even saved the file yet, as you can see, but it is reflected in here because I clicked the button. You can also go to the settings and you can set this one to hot reload on file save, which I have already set. So whenever I change something, like change it to, isn't it so cool? And whenever I click the save button or Control S, whatever you like to do, it will reflect on your browser. Sorry, we have a problem, I guess. Oh, I accidentally clicked that one, so it didn't work. Whenever I click this button, it will open that component and upload the data in the browser. Okay, we can also add components inside it. So let's add a counter. Control S, and here we get the component. Click me and it's updating the count. Okay, so let's add whatever we have in this application. Fetch data component. This component will render a table with the weather forecast in the browser. So let's save this one, and here we go. And the one thing to notice here is our counter is still there. So the state persistence, you can see it right here. The hot reload is super cool. It didn't refresh our state. It maintained it as it was and uploaded, in fact, rendered another component within the browser. So let's try to change some C# code. Okay, if you go to the counter, there's this increment. If we change it to like an increment of 2, Control S, and then click, yes, it's doing increment the value by 2 now. So what if we take this from a parameter? Let's add a parameter tag here. Create a prop for this. It's not working. For example, I have create a property increment amount. Let's give it a default value, which is 1. And now we will increment our counter to this increment amount parameter. Control save, nothing happened yet because we haven't passed any value till now. So if we come to this place, add 10 or something, anything you want, Control S, like this, and now yes, it is incrementing it by 10. Okay, next thing we will see is what you have seen right now is you can hot reload the HTML markup, you can hot reload the components, you can even hot reload the C# code. So can you hot reload the styling code? Yes, you can. So for that, just go to the www root CSS and open that global file. So here we have this button and the class for this button. Just write it a different color, background color. So as soon as I press the D in the red, it updated on the browser, because in global styling, it is directory rendering to the live DOM. You don't have to even save the file, because if you look on the top, I haven't even saved this one, but it refreshes the page. But if we go to the component specific style, so let me find one. Yeah, let me revert it back. I like the blue one more. Okay, so we were going to component styling, main layout.razor.css. Okay, let me get some more template over here so we can see the top bar, which is right here in front of us. Okay, if I change it to red, nothing happened, it didn't work. But if we do it save, it will work, because while rendering the component, the internal CSS with the component binds together and it builds up with the component code. So for this one, we have to like save the component. Hot reload will still work and still pretty fast for coding and development experience. Okay, next, that's all about hot reload. I have told you about the HTML markup and component based, C# based, and styling based. Next, if we want to do something else with this, let's go to the header component. So if we go to navigate between the pages like home, counter, you see there is a header component that is updating the header title. So how it is done? In the browser tab, watch it as the header update. Let's find out how it is working. So for this, if we go to the index.razor, then you have, so let's do it in counters. So you have a component here, page title. So if I change this, the Blazor app is influencing the HTML head to set the title for each page. That's now supported and in the box in .NET 6. Let me show you how that's done. If we change it to new counter, save this one. So you can see the header title is updated. So it is actually hitting this layout. So again, we are out of the Razor pages and back to CSS HTML, and that's the biggest benefit of Blazor, because we can combine different technologies all together. So in this, you can see the head outlet. So this head outlet is influencing the Blazor application, and it is the cause of updating the head page title in the browser at runtime. And you can obviously, this is not limited to page title, you can do a lot of more things with that. So the next thing we are going to see is, okay, we talked about error boundaries and error handling. So let us see how this can work. Let's go to fetch data component. There we have an initialize method which is calling a service, and we will going to throw an exception from here, like anything invalid operation exception. Sorry. Write any message or something. So I saved this one and nothing happened because it didn't refresh the page or something. So now when I reload, it recalls the C sharp side code, service side code, and it throws an exception to me. So how we can handle it better in Blazor? So if I go to the index and we have a component here, error boundary. All we need to do is we need to place our child component within this boundary. Okay, so now when I save this, it will. Okay, sorry, I forgot to remove it from here. And now I save this, it will show a more better error with so much styling. And obviously, if we go to the inspect, we need more space here. So it is just a div with a class, and that class is applying all the CSS. If we go to the site.css, we will see this one, Blazor error UI, and it is here we have Blazor error boundary, including the SVG image. So all that styling is coming from this site.css. And now what if we want to customize it? So for customization, obviously that is possible. So I have created a code snippet to save time for us. Let's get that one. So it is just a error boundary component, and inside this the child content and the error content. So it will work as if there is no exception, it will show the component, or if there is exception, it will simply show our customized message. So if I save it, here you go. So you get your customized message right now, right here. That's all with error boundary. Okay, next thing I want to do is with something with URI or navigation. So just go to the fetch data component. Let me remove the exception. Okay, now in this component, you can see different weather forecast. So, but it is specific to 1 week. So what if I want to add some new buttons here, like for next week and for previous data, in fact. So I have a code snippet for that. I have already implemented it. So just copy that one and let's see how it works. That is a little long, but don't worry, we will discuss it. Just have to close the things we don't need. Okay, so here we have two buttons. One is for previous week and the one is for next week. Both of them are calling just the methods we have defined below, the previous week and the next week. And they are ultimately calling the update start date. One is obviously at sending the days that needs to be subtracted from the start date, and then the other one is adding the days, obviously. So here we have a red quiggle. That's obviously because we don't have injected the navigation manager here. So that's how you can use the dependency injection within the Razor components. So just place it here, name it as same, the navigation manager. So obviously we have a lot of things for hot reload, so we need to restart this. Okay, now we have new buttons inside fetch data component. If we look at the code, the update start method is just maintaining the state of current date. Obviously, for that we have to maintain it with the parameter, and we have current date in the start date that is maintaining its state. So update start date method is just adding days into that maintained state value, and then navigation manager is getting us navigated to helping us to create a new URI by get URI with query parameters, and then another method navigate to is helping us to navigate to that specific address with that data. So when we click on next week, it will change it to the other one, and if we go to the previous week, it will take you back. So if here we have a different URI, so if I duplicate this one, that URI is still working. It will fetch us the same data as we have on this tab with this URI. So that's about it. I guess we are running out of time, so we should head back to our presentation. That's all we could cover in this session. So let's take a quick overview of remaining features. We have here new WebAssembly build tools. These are really useful for Blazor WebAssembly apps to enable ahead of time compilation, runtime relinking, support for native dependencies. Um, and then Blazor WebAssembly apps and .NET 6 have gotten way smaller in .NET 5. If you build like the smallest Blazor WebAssembly app, you could it was about 1.7 meg. So in .NET 6, due to the .NET IL linker and on that .NET WebAssembly build tools, we can actually get a Blazor WebAssembly app in just about a megabyte. It's about 40% reduction. So let me show you this one. We have an application setup deployed on cloud thanks to Anthony Chu, who has set up this one for Daniel Roth, and obviously we can use this one. So if we navigate to this link, go to application. Okay, you have to do storage, clear site data, come to network, and then refresh. So you can see it is 703 bytes, so it is even less than 1 MB, which is super cool. So that's about the size. Okay, thank you so much for joining me. It was way more less time for discussing everything, so I have tried to cover the most I can. That's all from my side. I would love to take questions if you have any.
So I guess we don't have any questions. Thank you, Wasim, for joining us today and for giving us this wonderful session. So coming up next, we will take a break of half an hour for lunch and prayers. But don't go away. We have a very cool session coming up next in about half an hour. So see you at 2 p.m. Welcome back, everyone, to .NET Conference 2021. Our next session is by Mehreen Tahir. Mehreen Tahir is a doctoral research as SFI Center for Research Training in Machine Learning. She is also working as software engineer at New Relic as well as technical specialist and author at Content Lab. Having received MVP award by C Sharp Corner and Core Project, she is passionate about giving back to the community as well as workshops in her free time. So I will hand over the session to Mehreen Tahir now.
Thank you, Kiran. Hello, everyone. Good morning, because it's like early morning here in Dublin. So I think let's just jumpstart. Welcome to the .NET conference, and today I'm going to talk about diagnostics and observability of .NET applications. So a little bit more about myself. Kiran gave a really good introduction, but just sort of a recap. I'm a PhD researcher at SFI Center for Research Training in Machine Learning here at Dublin City University. I'm also working as a software engineer with New Relic, and a few other stuff here and there. Like I'm also sometimes work as a technical specialist and author with Content Lab. And you might see a few of my articles on Code Project and C Sharp Corner, where I've also received MVP awards. So let's just jump into it. For the past year, I haven't been really in touch with the .NET, but there are two things that I've been in touch with. One is observability, and the second is machine learning. And today's session is going to be sort of a mix of both of them, but I'll hope you'll enjoy it. So since I mentioned observability, what exactly is it? I'm just gonna throw Wikipedia on you. Observability is a measure of how well internal state of a system can be inferred from knowledge of its external outputs. What this means is you just give some information about your system, which is the external input, and then you see how well your system is performing by means of a few tools. But let's take a step back, because this is like all big words and none of us know what this means. Like even I had a hard time inferring what is that what I'm working on? Okay, never mind. So let's start with modern applications. So rapid innovation have changed the way we see and we work with modern application. First of all, architectural patterns. There were monolithic applications before, but now there are microservices everywhere, which is componentization of everything. We encapsulate business capabilities, and we work on products, not projects. So like for example, in the past we might used to build like a full e-commerce site, but now what we do is we build a cart service, we build a user service, and then we group them together, and that's how this whole thing works. And then there's also infrastructure automation. And then let's move on to operational models. First, there were huge service companies used to buy these huge service down. Oh my God, production, blah, 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 whatever. But now this is the age of serverless. So you don't need to provision or manage anything. You just leave everything to the cloud. And then it automatically scales. You only pay for what you use, and it's almost always available and resilience as well. And the way we deliver softwares have also changed. Now the cultural philosophy is DevOps. So there are cross-disciplinary teams which are working on. There is CI/CD, automation tools, and everything. So basically, we just want to get things done as fast as possible with the minimum provisioning and management required. And how to approach these modern applications is first simplify your environment management. Like I said, no provisioning, no management, go serverless, go cloud, and that's it. Then we also try to reduce the impact of the code changes. So if we are changing any code, we need to know how it's going to impact our users so we could minimize it and keep our services up and running. We try to automate maximum operations, and then we also try to accelerate the delivery of new high quality services. um, the fifth component is gain insight across resources and applications, which is the main topic for today. And last, protect customers and business. This is just sort of a umbrella terms, and only one of them is what we're going to talk about. That is going to be gain insights. So, how do we gain insights? We can gain insights across resources and applications by enabling observability. Uh, right. Now, again, why observability? We have been monitoring our services for so long. Why do we need observability? And, all those kind of questions. So first, microservices increase release agility. What this means is it's a whole mesh of services. And if something goes wrong, you don't know which service was it that, where it all started. So for example, a user is on your site and he's trying to shop something, but he's encountering an error. Now you don't know if that was like the cart service, if the user did something, or if there's something else. So we need some way to look into it, to trace the problem to its root cause, and then resolve it as soon as possible. Because if the user gets frustrated, it's not going to come back to your site, and that's not good for business, of course. Then again, failures don't exactly repeat themselves. um, it might just happen once and then it's gone, and then it happened after a long time and you don't know how to deal with it because you just don't have any signs of it now. um Debugging multi-tenancy is painful. The .NET developers might know better about this, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan when it comes to debugging the Kubernetes services. It's like, what have I gotten myself into? Friends reference, by the way. And then, of course, monitoring is no longer helpful, because monitoring is like, okay, the error has happened, user has faced some error, they come back to us, and then we try to backtrace it. But that has already impacted so many users, and we might already have lost a lot of users because of it. So, in this age of competition, we need a way to work ahead of all of this. And that's why we need observability. There are three pillars of observability, as said by Legends. So first is distributed tracing, event logs, and matrix. So what are these? Anyone have any idea and would like to say something? No? Um, so distributed tracing is just like traces all across your services, what's going on with your service. And then there are event logs, what happened, when happened, and stuff like that. And matrix are numerical values of whatever happened, how that happened. So if we are representing it in terms of numbers, then that's going to be matrix. Oops. Okay. But those are like loads of things: matrix, log, traces, and developers need to really go into all of the depth and try to find out. Like when I was kind of working on a demo application for this, and I got so many errors, and I was like, what is this? Like, I have to go, I have to look through the entire thing and then try to figure out what is wrong. um and it's not very catchy. I mean, it doesn't look very good to the eyes. I don't know about you, but yeah, that's like, oh my. um so, but okay, there are a few tools for all of this in .NET for deep diagnostic. First is memory dumps, which is like whatever is going on with your application with its virtual memory. They just dump it all into a file. You can go there and you can see what happened. There are GC dumps as well, and there are profiles for you to check out what is going on. But again, those are all like complicated words that sometimes don't make sense to me. So if somebody thinks otherwise, please let me know. So this is like old school things where we used to trace back stuff, read through all of it. But now we are moving to the age of observability 2.0, which is like the deep linkage between matrix and traces with open telemetry. I'll tell you guys what is open telemetry in a second, but before that, let's talk about deep linkage. So what is going on is, like I said, if there is some error, there's going to be a trace to it through which we could read through and go back to the root cause and try to figure out what's wrong with our service. And then we also use matrix to figure out how many users were impacted because of this error, or um, let's say how many value we lost, or I don't know what else people use to represent in matrix. But with the observability 2.0, what we do is we link both of them together. And how this happen is, one of my favorite tools is open telemetry. Why am I a huge fan of open telemetry? Is because it's vendor neutral and open source. What vendor neutral means is, if you're working with any of the services to observe your application, whatever company it is, whatever vendor it is, and you just don't want to work with them anymore, and you're trying to change your vendor, then you might have to adapt your application, make so many changes to make it compatible with the new vendor. But with the open telemetry, it's vendor neutral. So whatever you're changing, you won't have to go back and make your application compatible with the new tool. And it's also open source, so you can always look through it and figure out. And we at New Relic are especially interested in open telemetry and have been doing a lot of work. Well, not me, I'm not in that team, but still, we really love this project. um, Second is, what is open telemetry? Back to that. So it's a collection of tools, APIs, SDKs to instrument, generate, collect, and export telemetry data. So basically everything about your application is going to be observed. You'll be getting lost the word, I'm sorry. You'll be getting like notification and stuff if something goes wrong with your application. So if your application is .NET, Java, Python, whatever, you can use OpenTelemetry. And then it defines specifications for tracing, matrix, and logging. So basically, it's still the same three pillars of observability. It's just we are redefining the way it is represented, so it's pleasant to the eyes. So I'm gonna stop here for 1 second. We'll come back to this again, but I'm just gonna quickly go and show you guys a little bit of application that I thought might be interesting to you guys. I already increase the size of my terminal, so if anybody has still trouble seeing it, just let me know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like quickly restore and build my app. This is a basic template that I'm using, nothing much here. The same weather forecast API one, so I'm just building it. I just built it beforehand, so we could save some time, because I just have 30 minutes. And we can also, since our application is up and running, let's open another terminal and see if we can visit. You can also open it in the browser, but it's just, good to see here. Okay, and now we are going to do is we are going to instrument the application with the open telemetry. For that, let me just bring it up a little bit so you guys can see. There are a few packages that we need to add. These packages, oh, by the way, so I'm working with .NET 6. As you all know, it's released. So .NET 6 it is. And I already have all these commands on the other screen, so I'm just copy pasting it. So there are a few packages that you need to add to instrument your application with the OpenTelemetry. First is OpenTelemetry, and then instrumentation.ASP.NET Core. You're also going to need exporter, because you need to export your data for somebody to receive it and view it. And then there's another one which is just a hosting extension. So let's add these. Well, you can work, meanwhile it's adding. There's another thing we are going to need: exporter OTLP endpoint. And depends on what you're using. Is it clear? Yeah. Depend on the where you want to view your data. I'm gonna go with New Relic here. So I just need to export. Well, I already did, but just to show you guys. So I'm going to set two environment variables here. One is my endpoint for OTLP. OTLP is the way we instrument the application with OpenTelemetry. So it's endpoint for OpenTelemetry. And then also my New Relic license key. You can do that too. That's done, and now comes the fun part. So I'm gonna clear it again just so you guys don't see my API key. Oh, not this one. Okay, let's go. So I'm going to add a few lines here. So first of all, I need to create a resource builder here. Just add some stuff. OpenTelemetry.resources, and then I also need to add the code, which is going to add as the resource builder. Let's go here. So basically, the whole point of this is just add a service to the OpenTelemetry.add telemetry SDK, so it could read my data wherever I'm sending. Where is my mouse? Okay, cool. The next thing, did I already mention what I did? Okay, just a recap. Here what I'm doing is I'm describing a service for collecting all the attributes of my application. So I'm calling add telemetry SDK, which is going to add a suite of standard attributes within telemetry SDK, open telemetry SDK, and basically this service is just going to help me observe my application. Next thing, I want to add traces. So I'm going to use the traces packet from OpenTelemetry. And again, I'm going to add OpenTelemetry tracing here. All of these resources are kind of available almost everywhere, so don't worry about what are the codes that I'm using here, what is going on. I'm just setting some resources here, adding ASP.NET Core instrumentation. This is the whole thing which is going to get my, like, I'm defining how to get my request and all. This is my source, weather forecast. Like I said, this is not any custom application. This is just a .NET Core weather forecast API template that I'm using. And then I'm also telling it what is going to be the endpoint and defining header. Like basically that's my API key to the New Relic. We'll see all the data there as well, just so you guys have eyes on it. And last but not least, I also want to add matrix. Well, matrix is sort of in progress kind of thing. but we still want to have a look at what's going on. And again, I'm going to define resource builder, open telemetry tracing. Wait. What? My bad. So this is not going to be here. Yeah, I need to put it here. And then let's go back. And this is basically it's the same thing, but we did here for traces, and now we are adding it for matrices. Again, we're building resources, adding ASP.NET Core instrumentation, giving it the endpoint, header, and stuff. Once this is all done, let's restart the application. I hope I didn't do any blunder. Let's just hope. Let's see where it goes. It's building, so hopefully nothing went wrong. Let's see. Ooh, no errors. That's a good sign. Okay. I think I did something. But since we don't have time to debugging, I had the whole code. I'm just pasting it. Let's try again. Well, this was expected because, it's a short time, so I had everything as a backup as well. Wait. Okay. Microsoft has been on. No. Internet address finder. Do I have it already run? Oh, shoot. My bad. Yeah. Why is it saying bind? My bad. I had everything right. I got everything right in the first attempt, but my bad. I forgot that I already have it up and running. So let's. I also have a simulator service. Just so I wanted to generate some extra data so we could see it. So I'm gonna go into and then and there we go. Okay. I promise I suppressed this warning, but it's back again. What can we do? Let me actually, and the last thing is we want to go into New Relic to see if we have our service. Okay, we do. Let's just refresh and see if the data is coming in. You can also get New Relic. I think let's just give it a few seconds so the data could pop in. Should be here any minute. Should be. Okay. Yeah, it's running. Simulator services also working. If this doesn't work, we'll generate some traffic. Okay. Never mind. Let's do it manually. Let me just find where was my curl one. Okay. Let's just do this. Paste. Again, I'm just trying to generate some traffic manually so I could show you guys how does it look when the data is all there. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please feel free to shoot. Let's see. That should give us enough. No. Okay, anyway, I think it's still gonna take it some time, but we're running out of time. So please feel free to try it at home. And this is what the main dashboard looks like. You'll have response time from your service, throughput, error rate, and everything here. There's also distributed tracing. So if you go there, you'll find all the trace count, trace durations, and if there are any traces with the error, that will be shown here. Like I said, the matrix are a work in progress. Well, yeah, we don't have any data yet for some reason, but this is where it will be shown, and I promise it shows. Just right now, I think it's gonna take a few more minutes till we start receiving some data, but we don't have enough time. So feel free to check it out and see where it goes. And my presentation has gone missing. Okay, there it is. And I do apologize for that. If the data comes in before I leave the stage, I'll let you know. Oh, shoot. Where we were here from Translate. Okay, so and with the .NET 6, this is a vendor neutral approach that I am a fan of and that I showed. Distributed tracing is becoming better in .NET 6 itself as well, and there are a few new things that they have introduced. One is propagators, which determine if and how distributed context information is encoded and decoded as it traverses the network. And also, there are three kinds of no output propagators: pass-through propagators and default. I haven't used them myself, that's why I didn't go into much detail. But there's another tool, which is .NET Monitor. Also, I think they just released it on 10th of November, which I'm personally interested in and I'll be trying out. It just gives you a unified way to collect diagnostic data, just like we plan to saw. And there are so it collects it consists of
Okay, Marine. We are running out of time here, but we have a question here. The question
Okay.
is what's difference between application insights and open telemetry?
Application Insight is, I think, Azure service, if I'm not wrong. So basically, they're just trying to do the same thing. It's just the way they're representing it, and it is entirely your choice. So I'm assuming if you're going with the insights, then they have their own way of collecting the data and representing it. If you're comfortable, please use that. The only way open telemetry might get an edge over insight is for its vendor agnostic, and since it supports loads of application and loads of platforms. So I just showed you one, like you can see your data in New Relic, but there are so many other platforms where you can see your data. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Marine. It was a wonderful session, and we are short of time on every session, I believe. But moving on, we would like to move on to the next session now. And our next guest speaker is Wahid Farahmandian from Iran. Wahid is a MS graduate in medical informatics and BSc graduate in computer software engineering. He is currently working as CTO and software development consultant. So over to Wahid now. I hope I took your name correctly.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everyone watching us around the globe. My name is Wahid Farahmandian. Today I'm here to talk about SQL Server temporal tables in Entity Framework Core 6. So let's just start this session and see what's going on in SQL Server temporal tables. Let's share my screen. Okay. Great. The topics that we're going to talk about in this session starts from the introduction of myself and who am I. Then we'll get to the what SQL Server temporal tables. Then we'll talk about the configuring the temporal table, using the temporal tables, and then also querying historical data in temporal tables. And finally, we will talk about restoring the historical data in SQL Server temporal tables using Entity Framework version 6, Entity Framework Core version 6. As you might know, my name is Bayit Farahmandian. I'm currently working as Chief Technology Officer at Aspen Company, and also I'm the instructor at Beyond the Knowledge or Far Residential Institute of Iran. Formerly, I was working as a principal software consultant at Ports and Maritime Organization of Iran, and also the SQL Server consultant at the Railways Organization of Iran. And also, I used to work as instructor at MFT and the Cybertech Institute of Iran. So let's see what's SQL Server temporal tables. As you might know, the SQL Server temporal tables automatically keep tracks of all data ever stored in the table, even after that data has been updated or deleted using a parallel history table. As you might know, the SQL Server temporal tables first introduced at 2016 with SQL Server 2016 version, but we did not have any coverage or support of SQL Server temporal tables in Entity Framework. By the use of .NET Framework version 6 and Entity Framework Core version 6, the SQL Server temporal tables also covered in this version. Totally, the temporal tables in SQL Server use a history table to store the historical data of the record. What's historical data? Of course, the historical data are the previous versions of the current record. The current state of a record is stored in the original table, and the previous versions get stored at the historical table as a historical data. So we need a mechanism to query this historical data, or we need a mechanism to restore data from this historical tables. All are covered at Entity Framework Core version 6, so if we're going to check them out. Using Entity Framework Core, we can create the temporal tables using the migrations, as we use the migrations to migrate our entities, our .NET entities to tables in SQL Server. Nowadays, we can use the same migrations to migrate our temporal entities. We can also use the Entity Framework Core to transform an existing table into a temporal table, again using migrations. It means that if we have a table that's working currently in SQL Server and we have the mapped entity in our .NET codes, we can easily transform this entity or transform this table to the temporal table with easily using the migrations. We can also use the querying historical data with the methods that Entity Framework provides to us, and we can use these querying mechanisms to restore data from some points in the past. We will cover all these topics during this session. In order to configure a temporal table, as we said previously, we can use the model builder that can be used for configuring a temporal table. We used to use the model builder to configure the normal tables previously using Entity Framework, or normal entities using the Entity Framework previously. Nowadays, we can use the same mechanisms to configure temporal tables with the model builders. But there's some notes we need to, there's some points we need to note about that. For example, if not specified, model builder will use SQL Server defaults for history table and timestamp columns Of course, using the SQL Server temporal tables, we have 2 extra columns that are being added to our tables, which are named as a period columns. By default, the period start and the period end columns represents the time range during which the data and the row existed. Entity framework provides some mechanisms so that we can rename these 2 columns. If we do not provide a name for these 2 columns, the model builder will use the SQL Server defaults for the name of these timestamp columns. We have also a history table where the previous versions of records are being stored in that table. Entity frameworks also provides a mechanism where we can rename this history table. Otherwise, the entity framework again will use the defaults for history table's name. For example, in this code snippets, as you can see, we have an entity, let's call it customers, using the model builder on model creating the method. We're going to say the model builder that I have an entity of type customers. Let's transform it to a table, and let's name that table as customers. Of course, our customers table is going to be a temporal table. This is temporal method is a new facility that Entity Framework Core provides us in order we can use the temporal tables or SQL Server temporal table using Entity Frameworks. Or the other section, again, I'm going to say the model builder that I have an entity called I have an entity of type product. Transform it to a table. Let's call it products table. And again, this entity is a temporal entity. As you can see, we can easily transform our entities to temporal tables without any difficulties. All the syntax and semantics that we're going to use all are same as the original tables that we used previously in Entity Framework or Entity Framework Core to transform our entities to tables. Everything are similar as we did in the past. After configuring the temporal table, after knowing how we can configure the temporal tables, let's see an example. Suppose that we have an entity called employee. This entity has its own columns. For example, it has employee ID as the GUID, or name, position, department, address, which are string columns, and the annual salary, that's a decimal column. If we want to transform this entity to a temporal table, then the Entity Framework will create this script for us and sends this script to SQL Server in order to create the temporal table. As you can consider in this scripts, we have 2 extra columns which are added to our scripts, the period end and the period start columns. As we talked about it, if not specified, the Entity Framework use the SQL Server defaults for these columns names. The period end, the period start columns are being added to our employee table. And also the Entity Framework mentions that the period end columns type of date time 2 generated always as a row end notifier, and also the period starts is the row starts notifier. At the end of the scripts, it also set the system versioning on, which is going to tell the SQL Server that this table is going to be a system version table. And also the history table, which is connected to this table, has the name of employee history. If we do not specify a name for history table, Entity Framework, we use SQL Server defaults for history table. The history table's name formula is composed of the table's name plus a history literal that's added to this name. And also the table schema is being acquired with the schema name of SQL Server. As you can see, there's not any complex or there's not any very new things that's going to be happen in SQL Server. The way that we used to create this temporal table in SQL servers all are the same as that way. And also the methods that we're used to transform our tables, our original entities to the normal table, everything is going to work like that. Plus this very small extra things, such as the period columns or the system versioning mechanisms that's going to pass to the SQL Server from Entity Framework. And also, let's take a look at this code. As you can see, I'm going to tell a model builder that I have an entity of type employee. Let's transform it to a table, and let's call that table employees. This table is going to be a temporal table, but here I'm going to override some defaults of the SQL Server. For example, I'm going to say the SQL Server that the period starts column's name is going to be valid from. I'm going to rename the period starts column from period start to valid from. Also, I'm going to rename the period end column to the valid to. Also, I'm going to rename the history table to employee historical data. After setting these settings in the unmodel building or unmodel creating, the Entity Framework will generate this script and pass to the SQL Server. As you can see, it's now going to create the period columns as valid from and valid to, where valid from is the row start notifier and valid to is the row end notifier. And also, as you can see at the end of the script, the history table's name is going to be employee historical data, which are set using the model builder previously. As you can see, again, everything is going to be configured and is going to be done in the simplest way that's possible to do. After configuring the temporal tables, we need a mechanism to use these temporal tables in our applications. Most of the time, temporal tables are used just like any other tables. It means that Entity Frameworks almost hide every complexity from the end users, and you do not want to be concerned about the details of working with temporal tables. Except the situations where you're going to work with period columns or where you're going to query the historical data. In this case, you need to do some extra works, which we're going to talk about them. Otherwise, the period column and historical data are being handled transparently by SQL Server, such that the application can easily ignore them. In order to get access to period columns values, we need to use the ef.property method. And also, after a normal tracking query, the values from the period columns of the current data can be accessed from the tracked entities. And the last point that we need to note about the period columns is that the times which are being stored in period column are always the UTC time generated by SQL Server. So let's take a look at code snips, how we can use temporal tables. Here we're going to query the employees table. As you can see, there's almost the same as the normal tables that we're going to query them. For example, context of employees, the singles, or returns the single record which name is equal to rainbow dash. Using this line of code, we cannot understand that the employees table is a temporal table or it's a normal table. And this could be a really a good speed up or get good benefits for the temporal tables in Entity Framework. It does not impose any complexity to our codes. As you can see, I've found a record and then remove that records and call the context as save change to totally remove that records. As far as the employees table is a temporal table, after removing the record from employees table, in fact, that records will migrate from employee table to the employee history table. All these scenarios are being done at the back stage, and as an end user or as a developer, we're not going to concern about them. And in case that we need to get access to the period columns values, we need to use the property method or ef.property methods. As you can see here, I'm going to get an employees list, and using a for each iterator, iterate each record and get the valid from or valid to values using the probability method and pass them to or assign them to a variables and print them as output. About querying historical data into the framework, Core provides numerous and the various methods in order that we can pass our historical queries to the SQL Server in order to filter the historical data. For example, the temporal as of method is going to return rows that were active or current at a given UTC time. This is a single row from the history table for a given primary key. Or the temporal all method, which is going to return all the rows in the historical data. Of course, here the historical data term is going to tell us that the temporal all method will return all the previous versions of a record plus the current state of a record. This is typically means rows from the history table for a given primary key. Very important point here to note is that using the temporal methods or using the temporal mechanisms to query historical data might return records with non-unique primary key values things while using the temporal methods in our application. And also the entry framework provides the temporal from to or temporal between or temporal containing methods, which all are going to filter out our records different formats of times. For example, the temporal from to returns all the rows that were active between two given UTC times, or temporal between, just same as the temporal from to returns the active records between two UTC times, except that rows are included that became active on the upper boundary, or the temporal contained in as the other functionality. As you might be familiar with the temporal terms in SQL Server, we have the as of, all, or from, to, between, or contain in syntax in TSQL, where we used to query the data in SQL Server using a TSQL. These methods all are the one-to-one mapped to that syntax in TSQL. For example, let's take a look at this query that I'm going to query the products table using the temporal all. I'm going to select the name and price from this table, plus I'm going to select the period start and period end columns. As you can see again, I'm going to use the ef.property method. Or even I can use the temporal all to find the latest version of a record or latest modification date of a record, and then use that latest modification date to restore the previous version of a record, as you can see at these code snips. I'm going to query the products using temporal all. It means that I'm going to query all the previous versions and current states of the products where the name is equal to product 1. And then I'm going to order by all the records in ascending manner using the period end column, select the period start, and also I'm going to select the last records. It means that I'm going to select the last modification date of a record using these query snips. Again, I'm going to return to the products table, and this time I'm going to use the temporal as of. I'm going to say the entry framework return the record which was active at this given time, the last modification. Of course, I'm going to subtract some 1 milliseconds from the last modification so that I can get access to the previous version of the records. The current version of a record, the current state of the record is stored at products table. By subtracting 1 milliseconds from that modification date, I'm going to get the latest previous version of that record, which is stored in a history table, and I'm going to query out that record. Now I have a restored version of the record at this object, I can easily pass this restored version to the add method of the context and save change in order to restore the deleted or restore the unwanted updated records easily using the entity framework. Final note about the final point about the historical data is about the restoring that data. One thing that you must bear in mind is that using the temporal operators, all are no tracking by default. It means that they do not track the entities. All are operating as a no tracking entities. This makes sense because they do not currently exist in the main table. The records that we have concerns about, some of the records that we call them as a historical data, all are stored at a history table. They're not stored in the main table. So considering them as a tracking or tracking their chains seems to be a little meaningless. So the all core using temporal tables are using no tracking by default. In order to reinsert the entities into the main table, we simply mark as added and then call save chains. Of course, using the same method that we talked about it at the previous slides. We can use the temporal all to find the last modification date and then pass that to the temporal as of to find the latest previous version of that record and then easily restore that record. All these slides or all the sessions, I tried to give you a simple introduction about using SQL Server temporal tables in Entity Framework Core version 6. You can easily connect to me, or we can easily further this discussions as tutor using my handle @_Jinget, or using my LinkedIn account at V Farahmandian. You can find my GitHub repositories as Vahid Farahmandian. Instagram, you can connect to me using the Vahid Farahmandian identifier. You can also directly email me using farahmandian2011@gmail.com, and also you can read about my blog post using jinget@medium.com. So let's take a look at the codes and see how things are going to be done at the Visual Studio. Suppose that I have a simple model here, call it product model. It has an ID column, name column, and a price column. I have also a sample DB context that is going to configure my product as a table. And on model creating method, I'm going to say the model builder that I have an entity of type product. Let's transform it to a table and call it products. This products table is going to be a temporal table which has period start with name valid from and period end with name valid to, and also a history table with name product historical data. I can use the package manager console in order to create the migration. I'm going to use the add migration command. Okay, it starts and building my projects and generates the changes scripts or migration scripts. Let's take a look at this migration scripts. The migration builder is going to create a table named products. It means that I do not have a table named products in my database. The products table has ID, name, and price as its columns, which I define them in my model. And also it's going to add two extra columns, the valid from and the valid to columns. Valid from is of type date time 2, and valid to again is of type date time 2. It's going to add the primary key constraints to my table. It's going to mark my table as a temporal, and also set the temporal history table name to the product historical data. I did not set the schema name for my historical table schema. Okay, it will pass in null as a table schema, and the SQL Server's defaults will use instead of the table schema here. The temporal period end column name is going to be valid to, and the period states column is going to be valid from. Okay, but before applying this migration script to database, let's open the SQL Server profiler to see what's exactly being passed from Visual Studio to SQL Server. Let's clean it. Okay. Great, and let's update the database. Okay, it applied the migration to database, and let's take a look at this SQL Server profiler queries that's being sent to the SQL Server. The queries are being started from this line. It gets migrations here. As you can see, the Enter framework passed this query to the SQL Server. It get the schema name using schema name function in SQL Server, create table name products. It has ID name and price columns, valid from and valid to for the row start and the row end identifiers. It's going to set the system versioning to on and the history table with the name of schema name plus product historical data that's being passed from Enter framework to SQL Server. Okay, let's get back to the SQL Server and see what's going on in SQL Server. Here I have a products table, that's the system version. When I open this table and takes a look at the columns, it has ID, name, price, valid from, and valid to, and also it has the product historical data here with the same structure in SQL Server. Let's open this table and add some records to it. For example, ID 1. This is due ID. Okay. Let's write some scripts to insert some data to our table. ID using a new ID, name Wahid, for example, and price 1,500. And insert that record to this table. Let's select a star from products table to return this records to me. Okay, let's check the output at the console application that we've write here. Let's open it. Here I can run this. Okay, it returns the name Wahid. For me, it was a simple Enter framework query. I'm going to use the historical methods to query the records. Let's run the query again. Okay. As you see, there's no previous versions of the products available in the table, and it's through exception to me. In order to resolve it, so I'm going to, let's open it to edit the records in this table. For example, set the Wahid to Ali. Okay. Select records from this table and also select the records from the historical data, historical table. The previous versions getting source in this table. Oh, there is a bug here. This should be valid from and valid to because we renamed these two columns. Okay, as you see, the Ali is here and also the Wahid is here too because we use the temporal al methods to query out the data. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this session. You can access the source codes of these sample applications and the presentation file using my GitHub account. That's github.com/WahidFarahmandi using EF Course 6 SQL Server temporal tables repository. I hope you enjoyed the sessions and I hope you and your family and your dear ones are being fine and safe during these coronavirus days. If you have any further questions, we can talk about it, and I'm here to answer your questions. Great.
Thank you, Wahid. It was a wonderful session. Thanks for joining. So now moving on, we'll move to our next guest speaker, who is Gil Zilberfeld. He has 25 years of developing commercial software experience and a vast experience in software methodology and practices. Gil is also an expert in agile, automated testing, exploratory testing, Scrum, Kanban, Lean, as well as traditional product management practices. So I'll hand over the session to Gil now.
Thank you, Karan. I'm just going to share my screen. This one. and get this away from here. Yeah, excellent. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Gil. Glad to be here today at .NET Conference, Pakistan. Today we're going to do a very rush thing, because this thing I usually do in less than an hour. Today we have less than that. So how to do a TDD of REST API. Lots of letters here. So we're going to talk about them as well. Of course, show you examples of how to do that. A bit about me, more than Kiran said. I'm a trainer, I'm a consultant. I work with people who want to write better software. You can have all this code from my GitHub, and then the slide the next GitHub/Gil Zilberfeld. And I'm the author of 2 books, Everyday Unit Testing and Everyday Spring Testing. That's for the Java people. We are not here today. Let's not talk about them today. Let's jump into that. So TDD, test-driven development, why are we here? Usually when you look at TDD, it's basically a set of 3 things: the red-green refactor cycle. Red, you write a test that fails. Green, you write a test that works. If you fill up the code that works, and then you refactor. Basically, it looks like this. Every time you look at TDD examples, you'll see calculators. I'm not leaving that tradition. So if you're going to do this, this is a Java thing, but don't worry, we get to C# soon. Basically, when you write a test like this, you'll get some squiggly lines because you don't have a calculator class yet. Next step, you add the code, so no more squiggly lines. You get the calculator, you get the add method, and now everything works because we've obviously fulfilled the code that runs this. And we look at the code, we see that I and J maybe are not good names for parameters, so we refactor them. We do a rename, first number, second number. Everything looks great. Obviously, this could work on everyone's code, right? Well, TDD comes from the realm of unit testing. When we're talking about APIs, these are integration world, right? So is it still possible to do? Well, the answer is, of course, yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. But we need to have like some expectation management. The problem is that the cycle is broken. Usually when you do TDD, you have something like every 10 or 15 minutes test working. It won't work with API. We have to do a lot of setup, a lot of maybe databases, all kinds of things in order just to pass the first test. So it's going to take a lot more than 10 or 15 minutes between tests. Even if the first one will take like a few hours, maybe the next ones will take like less than that. The cycle, the TDD helps us work through. Every 15 minutes something is working, we won't see it. And this is a kind of problematic in terms of how we want to work. Add to that, we had a lot of code that isn't ours. There's the .NET Core in the examples I'm going to show you, any frameworks that you're going to use, open source, somebody else's code, all kinds of dependencies. What we need to fill in and write the code in a certain way for that to work, because it's not like clean unit testing world, clean application logic. Add to that, unit tests run very quickly. Integrated tests could be longer to run. Again, this fills up more time in how the cycle looks. So we need to expect a couple things that when unit testing articles and tutorials, people don't talk about. It's not going to be smooth. It's not going to be like add test, add code refactor, add test, add code refactor. There's going to be some moving forward, moving backwards. That's okay. TDD is kind of a requirement exploration thing. When you try something, it works, you move on. It doesn't work, you move back. We're going to experience the same thing on a bigger scale here. So until we get it right, it's going to be a few rounds. We're going to continue refactoring. We're taking this from TDD also to the API world. And we're going to do that all the time. And we'll see that TDD tells us that you write the test, you write the code. Basically, when you're finished, you're done. With API tests, you probably need to add more tests, but that's okay. This very complex drawing is something that basically is appeared since the 80s of how to build disconnected multi-layer software. It's called hexagonal architecture, also known as ports and adapters. And this is a very interesting and important for us to succeed. The idea is that we talk to our business logic through different interfaces. We have an input port, which basically is a small adapter, very thin adapter. And our business logic talk to the other layers again through output ports, which are again very small thin adapters. The idea is that we keep the logic inside, and this way we can do TDD for the unit tests without all the dependencies outside. The design rules are going to be like we're going to use adapters for everything we don't control, databases, file system, other servers. Anyway, we work with adapters. We're going to have adapters that are thin. They don't going to have the logic in them because we want to delegate the logic into the inside ball where we can actually unit test stuff. Very small steps. We're going to refactor all the time. We're trying to move away abstract frame code, and basically that's it. What we're going to build today from scratch is something called a navigator. Yeah, Dora knows how to navigate. Basically, it's an application with APIs that you can set a destination, drive into there. User can ask to the APIs the distance between the current location and the destination. These are the requirements. The distance calculation I left as an example. For this example, would be like a different service. So we're not going to do the actual thing, but we are going to do some logic in other, because I want to show you how it looks like when we have other dependencies. So in our case, we take the complex thing. Basically, we have the navigator controller. This will be our controller. The navigator logic will be where the thing that we're developing and the brains of the system. And we have the distance provider, which will help us talk to the distance service. It will bring us how many miles we have. Yeah, that's it. Let's see some code. Let's see some code. And show. Excellent. Okay, so what you see on the screen, hopefully, let me just check. Yes, you're seeing a lot of code. Okay, so what you see on the screen is basically what I show in 20 steps. Very small steps, like I said, and this is very important. I'll try to get through all of them. I don't promise anything. Let's try. I'm starting off with .NET Core. I think that's 3.1 version. It really doesn't matter. Created application. I have empty tests. Nothing more than that. Okay, that's step 0. Next step. This is TDD. We're doing test first, so we're writing tests. I'm using these tests, and I'm using them basically as something that I could read. So these are like English tests, right? So I'm trying to keep them as human readable as possible. So the first test will be navigate to the same location, then the distance is 0. And I wrote it like this. Location, set start point, set destination, and then I test that the distance to destination is 0. These are internal methods I will show you in a minute. Next test is navigate and drive to another location, and then the distance is reduced. So if I get closer to something, I expect the distance to be lower. How does it look? Creating a location, let's say New York, setting a destination to Los Angeles. So we're driving from New York to Los Angeles. Take the initial distance And then we're going to do like drive to a mid location, and then check that the distance to destination is less than the initial distance. These are the two tests I'm starting from. All the internal methods are empty, and that's okay. I'm not writing any implementation yet, even at the test level. I just want to make sure that the tests make sense to me. The next step would be to add some calling code, and this requires a bit more. The location, by the way, I haven't showed you. Location class, empty. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at the next step, which is kind of filling in the set start point and destination. You'll already see that I'm adding like async support here. It doesn't change too much from what we have, but now I have a bit more like boilerplate thing. I'm calling out with the client to post async and get async to get the things. No code other than that, so just test themselves, calling a controller, and the client code is here. I'm setting up a test server, part of the .NET Core APIs testing support. Cool. Again, I'm looking at location. Location is still nothing. Okay, we're down to 2. The next step would basically, I created the location here. Next step was just to move that into the production level. So in our application, we're starting here. So distance and location are here. Distance is something that I created an object, a logic object will return the in kilometer, the transformation from miles to kilometers. Again, nothing here. What you will see from now on, I have, because .NET Core requires, you can't reuse the same URLs, and I want to show you the steps, I kind of duplicated it. You don't have to do that. So for every step, we have a controller here. Okay, so the next step was obviously to add a controller, distance location. Don't change, but controller now looks like this. So now I have something that when I operate my tests, let me show you. Right here. So I don't touch my API test no anymore from now. You see that I have URLs now, so I won't get a 404. It will get there, but then I'll get like internal error server or something like that because no implementation is there. So now I have my setup in place. I can run API tests. It gets to the URLs, but don't do anything other than that. And that's my cue to create unit tests. Again, this is TDD. I'm going to close everything here because it's going to be confusing. This is TDD. We're going to add a test, a unit test. So we had API tests. We're not touching them until the end. And now I have an API and unit test for the navigator. And the first thing, TDD helps us design things. So what can I do with the navigator? I'm creating it, and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to add a method called getDistanceFromDestination. I wanted to throw an exception if somebody didn't set a starting point. That makes sense. But then I think about it again. Is this what I want? Why would I create a navigator without a starting point? So I changed that. Remember, there's no navigator yet. There's something like this. So I'm not going to do that. Scratch the whole navigator test, and I'm going to create a new unit test. Basically, this one looks like this. When a created distance is always 0, right? So when I'm creating the navigator, the distance is 0. So this time I've designed the navigator to accept a location, a starting point in its constructor. I'm passing it in. Then I call getDistanceFromDestination. That will never throw an exception because this is a design choice. I decided that I don't want to deal with exceptions or let someone else deals with exception. So I'm going to do getDistanceFromDestination. And for the first unit test, I'm expecting it to be 0. When I run this, you see it's basically not passing because distance returns -1 just for that. So if I want to pass the unit test, we're at step 7 now. I'm just changing distance to around 0, and our unit test now passes. Excellent. Great. Wow, we're up to 7. Excellent. Excellent pace. Number 8 is, yeah, can't really do that. That's not a real navigator. I need to add something else, so I'm adding a unit test. Now, so my unit test now will look like this. Let me just close all but this. So this is the first one already passing, and this is the one that I'm added, which obviously doesn't have any code, so it won't pass. So distance is calculated in kilometers. I'm going to pass in 2,500 miles. I'm expecting to get 4,000 kilometers. That would be my logic, my distance logic that I want to test. So basically, I'm creating a navigator, passing in a location, passing a set destination, get distance from destination, and obviously I'm expecting 4,000. Navigator still looks like this, right? It just calls the distance object and get the calculation from it. So obviously it will return 0 because it doesn't do anything. We need to do some bit of implementation. However, let's look at the test again. Well, at this point, I recall that I'm going to work with a separate service, the distance service that's going to do. How is it going to get in? I haven't designed the location, the navigator to accept a service from the outside. So I'm going to do a refactoring for the unit tests. But because I'm going to do some refactoring for the navigator, I want to do it when I'm green. So that means I've commented out the new stuff until I figure out how the navigator actually looks like. So my decision was to add the distance service in the constructor. And this works because I have a test. I'm continuously running it until everything works. And basically it looks like this. Navigator get distance. I haven't touched it yet. I'm just keeping the distance service here. But that's not it. That's not really what I want. What I want on next step 10 is with the same test, actually delegate the distance calculation into the distance provider. So if you look at the distance provider, I just pushed the distance calculation, calling the distance here. And that's cool because now I can mock the distance provider if I want to. When I add the real implementation, it's going to be calling the outer service. But now I can work with the navigator and mock this. Okay, so now I have a passing test. Remember, this is my test. This is number 10. And now this works. Excellent. Why? It doesn't call the distance service. So I need to do some mocking of the distance service. It looks like this. I'm using MOQ, mock, some mock this. I pass this in. Basically, it returns 0. It doesn't do anything. Excellent. Everything works great. Now I have a unit test that passes with the architecture that I want at the logic level. I can now move on to this commented out test, which looks like this. So this is like a bit more complex because we now need to set up the mock to return something. We want the 2500 to mock it as if it's coming from the outside, from the external service. And then this doesn't work. Obviously, we want the 2500 to return to 4000. This is our logic. So now we need to pass the second test. And this is done, step 13, at our logic object. Here, I add this. This is our calculation. So now, remember what happens is that navigation calls the distance provider. Distance provider will get you something. And when it calls here, it will return the calculation of itself. Excellent. Okay, so now we have basically our thing working. So now I look at the unit tests. And wow, I only have 2 and they're already messy. So let's refactor them. Okay, they are passing. Excellent. I want to keep them passing, but I want to refactor them. So I create something like that, pull the mock outside, create a setup method to initialize it, create some method to call everything, make them more readable. And they are more readable now. They're starting to look like the API tests, if you recall. But these are more exact. Excellent. One more step is, if you recall, I now have the calculation inside, the creation inside, but I cheated a bit. If we look at our navigator, yeah, we'll see that, but basically I'm delegating the thing to the get distance, but up until now I mock this distance provider, so it doesn't really matter what I pass in here because it doesn't call anything. Obviously, we don't want a starting point and starting point. We want starting point and end point. How do I do that? Well, I create a test, a unit test. It looks like this. I'm going to close everything until now. And after I did this, the refactoring, I can write another one that provider gets called correctly. I want to make sure that my code calls the service outside correctly. How do I do that? With MOQ, I can check that the distance provider is called with a starting point and destination. So that will make me change the code. I need to do 2 things. First of all, I need to add code to the set destination, because until now, look at this, it's kind of empty. I haven't touched it. So I need to add some implementation. And I'm using TDD basically make me write the implementation that I haven't yet. So I need to do that. I need to change this to end. And that's what I do. So step 16. Navigator now looks like this. I'm passing the starting point and the destination. It said destination. I'm keeping the destination here. And that's basically it at the unit level, because now on number 16, all 3 unit tests pass. And I say, cool. We're talking about TDDing an API, right? Let's make the API work. So the next step is I'm going to leave this logic and the unit tests behind, and I'm going to fill up the controller. So this is controller number 17. We're almost there. Remember, what I wanted is delegation into the navigator. So I'm creating a navigator here. The starting point, I created a distance provider, passed the navigator in, pass the location, distance provider, and basically have the get destination, set the destination because it's a post, and get the distance because this is what I want. And this is what I wanted, but this doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is that, well, obviously, we need to inject that, right? So we need to inject it from the outside. I can't create it here. So need to do some injection code. So I need to do 2 things. First of all, the controller, sorry, the controller is not here, with number 18. Controller looks like this on 17. Now I'm going to change it to inject the distance provider. That's cool. In order to inject the distance provider, I need to tell the test to inject the distance provider as a mock. So I'm going back to my API tests, and at the initialization, I'm creating a mock as a service, so it will be injected. Cool. Everything is so cool. Are these tests passing? A little bit. No, I had to refactor that. And the reason is that the way it runs, every method, every time I run a test, it creates a new instance of the controller, because that's how test server work. It's a good thing, but if you recall, this is only created here. So if I just called get destination without setting the start point, things will happen. So I needed to do a bit of refactoring, and that basically starts at the unit test level. So instead, I need to add a starting point. This is basically going back to the beginning. Remember, I didn't want that. I need to do that here. I do that, and at the end, because I need to finish, what we have is API tests. Sorry, unit tests that look like this. API tests that look like this, and they're passing. See the greens here? The controller looks like this, creating the navigator at the controller level, injecting the distance provider here, and then just delegating things in. The navigator looks, go in, my son. Yeah. Looks like this. Again, it kind of looks simple because we kind of move things around to make things simple. So the navigator is here. It calls the distance provider here. The distance provider basically takes the distance object where the logic is. Wow, I can't believe I actually did that. Okay, I want to go back to summarize what we did. Yeah, so if you followed up, you probably have like the face of Zendaya like right now. I hope you don't. But what we got readable API tests. We got readable unit tests because we actually worked at that. We actually put some effort in make them readable. So we can read them and other people can read them. Our architecture and logic actually works because we use the controller as an adapter, and we built the distance provider as an adapter, thin adapters with almost no logic in them because the logics are basically in the navigator and the distance object. And we have main workflows that actually work, which is very cool. What's still missing, because we don't have time, we kind of need to make sure the exception that we started with actually gets tested. We need to write a unit test for that and some behavior of the controller. So what happens if that happens? Add the real distance provider, the production one. We need to inject it at the production level. So we need code for that. We need to integrate the app with the distance provider, obviously, and we need more integrated tests, not with the mock, but integration and actual integration tests from API to the distance provider. So that would be the plan if we had more minutes. The idea behind this, very small steps. Whenever I did this, whenever I work, actually do that, small steps and commit. What you actually saw as different steps were me committing stuff because I'm thinking in very small steps. That's very important. There's a bit of a dance. Going forward, going backward, forward, backward. You already see that at very small scale. You need to expect that. It's not going to be smooth, like I said. You are going to see a lot of going forward and backward. That's okay. Can this work? Obviously. I actually worked in a company for, I think, 3 years as a developer, and most of my time was working with TDD on production code. So yeah, it can work. So I'm going to finish here because I think we're out of time completely. And if you have any questions, write them in the chat if we have time for that. And if we don't, you can get me on Twitter, Telegram, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever. Go to everydayunittesting.com. I didn't mention it. I do also webinars on all kinds of topics. Next time is going to be on December 14th on API testing from the Postman kind of thing. And that's basically it. This is what I want to show you today. I want to thank you And I'm going to stop sharing this. And if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, thank you for coming today. People are still here. Yeah.
Thank you, Gil, for a very informative session. We really enjoyed it and we really learned from it. So moving on, we have another session from Abdul Rahman Aftab, and he's going to give us a presentation on topic serverless.NET 6 with Azure functions.
Hello again. This is Abdul Rahman. Let me share my slides real quick. So my next topic is serverless .NET 6 with Azure functions. So let me just first introduce what Azure functions are and how you can get benefit of these functions. So what are Azure functions? So Azure functions are basically kind of nano services instead of microservices. So each function holds each function serves one purpose inside an application or inside your whole solution. So for example, if you want to send an emails to your customers, so you can just create one function for the emails and publish it onto Azure. And these functions basically have multiple triggers. So you can either trigger any functions by HTTP. You can trigger functions by any trigger. For example, if anyone uploaded a blob storage in the blobs, anyone use if there is any database entry in your database, if there is any kind of event occurs on your Azure Event Hub, if there is any kind of activity going on your logic apps or whatnot. There are a whole lot of triggers available. I'll be showing you today. And so event driven scaling means you can scale your Azure functions as they run. So for example, you have an Azure function which is quite heavy, and so whenever the event occurs, it will scale automatically itself up to your depends on your own customization and configuration that you configured on Azure. And you don't have to manage any infrastructure inside Azure. You just say, okay, I want to create an Azure function, and this is the code. So you just publish the code onto Azure, and it takes care of itself. You just don't want to do any infrastructure management. You don't want to know what's running behind the scenes, which operating system, or you just configure everything in the start, and you're good to go. The fourth one is consumption pricing with free grant. Consumption pricing means you will be priced with a fraction of pennies whenever your function is consumed. So for example, my function is consumed once per day or once per week. So uh, you'll be only paying for that fraction. And you will also have some free grants available inside Azure. You can use, and you can get benefit from those free grants. So let's just talk about recent updates in Azure Functions. So just one second. Yeah. So availability zones. So a couple of months ago, Microsoft announced availability zones in Azure Functions. So you can, for example, if you want your functions to scale on in specific region, for example, you are from US or Canada or Pakistan or Southeast region, or any region you want to scale your function in that region. You have a customers that are running your functions based on that region. You can get benefit of the availability zones. And these availability zones are probably available in the durable functions option. The second one is the Open API extension, which is generally available now. You can test these functions on your local as well as on Azure Functions itself. The third update I wanted to share with you is the durable functions backend. So durable functions backend means you have an Azure function, and for the instance, you want to run the functions entirely outside of Azure, right? So for example, you have an on-prem servers or you have on-prem infrastructure and you want to run your Azure functions there. So you have backends available, and so for example, you have an Azure function that supports a Microsoft SQL Server. So anywhere, every server or every on-prem solution that supports SQL Server, you can run your Azure functions there. That is backed by SQL servers. And the second one is Netherite. So Netherite is basically a combination of Azure Event Hub and there is Azure Event Hub, and the second is combination of the different technologies that Microsoft develop in the research program. So they combine this, and so that you can run your functions with performance. So if you are like you have a whole lot of heavy function and you want to do some performance based task, you can use these backends on in your Azure function. Then they're available in a preview now. You can use them on your side. You can give the feedback accordingly, and then they'll be generally available later this year. So updates to the popular extension that are generally available. So blobs, queues, event hubs, service bus, event grids are basically the extensions that are generally available now. And the second thing is basically the huge improvement in the identity-based connection. So the managed identity support is also available in Azure Functions now, and you can use your own managed identity or AD servers identities inside Azure Functions. And the new extension is Azure Web PubSub. So you can use this Web PubSub, and you can collaborate with your function in real time with the help of this new extension. Also, .NET 6 support is now available in Azure Functions itself, and you can now write your function in .NET 6, publish it to Azure. The support is available right now. So let's talk more about the roadmap map of the Azure Functions. What are we seeing in the future, and what is in the current now? So with with the .NET Core 3.1, they've been using the in-process mode or in-process hosting model of the Azure function. So in-process model means so in-process model is basically the original way that .NET Azure Functions ran. So the Azure Functions runtime, which itself runs on the .NET, simply loads your functions into the same process. And however, all other languages support by .NET Functions, such as JavaScript, Python, or Node, use an out-of-the-process model where they use the Azure Functions runtime, talks to your function, which are running in the separate process. So both approaches and the other one is basically the isolated process. So isolated process, they've introduced the isolated process in .NET 5. So in isolated process means that you have a process that is isolated to the Azure function itself, and it does not know what's happening behind or what's in the SDK, whatever SDK you use. And so it's just stays in itself. So that's basically a new improvement in .NET 5, and which they will be keeping in .NET 6 as well. And so .NET 6 now supports both isolated and in-process models as well. So they're generally available now. You can use any process that you want. Depends on your needs and your requirements. So if you opt for the isolated process, or if your function uses the functionalities or the improvements inside the SDK, you will most probably opt for the in-process function, because they are more collaborative with the SDK itself. And going forward with .NET 6 and onwards, Microsoft will be supporting isolated process itself. And so in 2022, we'll be introducing .NET 7 and .NET 8, so you'll have your support for isolated process. So the question arises is, what if your process is you're using in-process hosting model, and you want to migrate your .NET .NET version or .NET framework or .NET itself to .NET 7 or later. What then? So Microsoft basically introduced the ability to convert from in process to isolated process model. So you can convert your any application from .NET 6 or .NET 5. .NET 5 supports isolated, or .NET 3.1 to the latest .NET 7 or .NET 8 isolated process in the future. So you can get benefit of these processes as well. And also the durable functions that we talked earlier have the support with in process, and as well as the support coming up with the isolated process later next year. So which one should you use? So for example, you're using in process model, and you want to migrate from .NET Core 3.1. You use in process, you need some durable function or their rich SDK type bindings. You use the in process model. And what if you want to migrate from in process to isolated? You can migrate that as well. You can migrate from .NET Core 3.1 or .NET Core 5 itself is an isolated process. And the support for durable functions, as I mentioned earlier, is also coming in the isolated process in 2022 with the release of .NET 7. So Microsoft is currently working on those releases, and they'll be probably in the preview earlier next year. So let's dive into demo, how you can create Azure functions. And let me open up Visual Studio E22. And I go to create new project. I'll move to this screen. So in this Visual Studio 2022 or 2019, you have also support for Azure Functions. So open up the Visual Studio 2022 and just type Azure Functions. And you'll see in here, if you have Azure workload installed with your VS 2022, you can go in and see this. And if you don't see this, simply go to Visual Studio installer. Let me just show you. It'll take a minute. Yeah. So simply go to your installer, hit on modify. Just getting data from the servers, and yeah, there you go. So you just you just click on this Azure development workload. So the Azure functions and other Azure SDKs will be automatically be installed with this. And if you want to go to opt for any individual components, you can do that from here as well. So just go and do that. And with Azure functions, I click on next. With the function app, I go with function one seems like a perfect name. Yeah. So as soon as I click next, you will see that I have this support for this one second. Yep. So you see that you have the support for .NET 6 here. And if you go to this, you have support for multiple so this is .NET 6 in process. So this one is isolated. .NET 5 is isolated. So you see that you have two .NET 6 processes. One of them is in process and the other one is isolated. So depends on what frameworks or what SDKs you have installed. You can see all of them in here. You can also go opt with .NET framework itself. And here we have multiple triggers. So you see you can create empty functions without any configurations, and you can configure afterwards. Uh, you can opt for Q trigger, HTTP trigger, And as I mentioned earlier, we have Open API support available with .NET 6. So you can opt for this as I am opt for .NET 6. And if I go to .NET 5, you see that Open API support is not there. Blob triggers, timers, and durable function orchestrations. You can go with SendGrid support. So if you have a SendGrid subscription, you can just type your API key settings and everything in these configurations, and you will be everything will be set up by default from the Visual Studio itself. So you have a lot of triggers. You have the signal alert support. You have the RabbitMQ trigger. If you're going with Kafka, you have Kafka functions available. So I'll just go with, for example, HTTP and storage emulator. So you can now you can use storage emulator itself instead of the real storage. Okay, so I go with HTTP trigger. I hit create. Just take a while and it will just create a simple function. Okay, it's open up on my other screen. So this is a function that it creates itself with some default code. So default code means it gets some query in query string. It basically what it does is it deserialize that request body and convert it into a variable, and then just type it on your screen. So let's test it out. So the function name is function1. You can change the function name as per your needs. You can change the authorization level. The authorization level we have is we have admin, we have anonymous, we have function, and yep, there, and we have user as well. So we'll go with function. So you see what HTTP method you want to use, you want to get, and you want to post, or you want both. Uh, you can mention any route objects in here. So this is a request variable, and this is logger. If you want to log your request, so I'll just go with the default function, default stuff, and just run it. Let's see how it goes. Takes a while. The function emulator is loading. You will see whenever it's ready for the real API calls. Yep, there you go. So our functions is ready. We can, so it creates a localhost port for us. We can just copy this URL and paste it in our because it supports GET request, so we can just put it in our browser window. And you see that it executes our function, and it says that pass a name. So I'll just pass. The function ran, and our trigger. So we can also put some breakpoints in here. So for example, I put a breakpoint and I just hit a function again, and it comes up in the breakpoint, and we can see that what's coming up uh, in the name. So you can see the variables. So whatever the functionality that is included in other C# or other breakpoint functionalities, everything is available by default in here. So you can write your function here. You can use, so you have also, if you want to use your settings, You have this host.json and host.local.settings. So you can put some of your variables here. So you see that web job storage is set to true and worker runtime is set to .NET. So these are your settings, and you can put some more settings in here as well. So this is the host file, and it's has some more configurations regarding your the host. Also, with the dependencies, you see that we have .NET SDK functions 4.0. So we are using the function v4 in the .NET 6. And if I go in here, so here it says it says that we're using v4 and we're using the .NET 6 itself. All right, let's move to Azure. Let me open up Azure itself. Seems the internet is a bit slow, so we need to bear up. No thanks. Yes, please. There you go. I'll be quick, and I'll just go and create a resource with here, and we go with functions app. Go with enterprise one with a new resource group is net conf 21 AKRG. We have support for the code as well as the Docker container itself. You can choose any runtime stack: .NET, Node, Python, Java, PowerShell, or any custom handler that you want to use. I'll go with .NET, and you see that you have .NET 6 support available here. Also, go with Central US. Okay, next is the hosting. You can host it in Linux or Windows. You can go with either consumption or premium, or maybe the app service plan like you use in the other app services like web apps or other container app services as well. So for the information, the durable function and the durable function backend support is available in just functions premium. So if you're using the consumption plan, you might not see those configurations or the support available. So I'll go with the consumption plan. You can set up networking if you want to make your functions behind any VPN or stuff. You can set up monitoring, maybe application insights. I'll select no, and click create. So it's submitted for the deployment, and it will take should not take too long. Okay, the app service plan is up. Setting up storage. There you go. There you go. Go on to our function. So you have all these excuse me, all the settings available. You can see your functions in here. You can create any new function. This is function app. So function app, you can say, is kind of an environment in which your function resides. You can create a new function, just like I created a new function here, or I can also publish my function from Visual Studio itself right into Azure. So I select Azure, or I can publish it as part of Docker, or I'll go with Azure. Azure Function App, Windows or Linux. Let me see. Or you can go with the container one. I'll go with this. I'll select my subscription. So you see that the function I just created is coming up here. I can deploy it in the .NET slots, deployment slots as well, and I just click finish. It's ready to publish, and it's going up. Okay, it's building up. So meanwhile it publishes, if you got any questions, feel free to ask in the chat window, and I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. almost done. So it's publishing the zip file. It's done. Publish succeeded. And if I go on to Azure itself and refresh, so you'll see that we have our function up, and you can just keep using this function in your own solution or in your own application. So that's how you publish the function. You can either create on Azure, it's Azure first, or you can just create from Visual Studio itself. So all of the code is in here. So this is the host file, and so everything you see that is in here. So you can get the URLs and everything, and just move it slides. So this is basically a blog available for functions version 4 or v4. Go to aka.ms/functions v4ga blog to see more details about what's new in v4 and how you can get benefit out of this function. So yeah, thanks for joining, and I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Abdurrahman, for enlightening us on the topic. So moving on, we'll move to our next presentation, which is the security of .NET Core applications, and going to be presented by Alexei Sommer. Alexei Sommer is a .NET developer with expertise in ASP.NET Core, WPF, UWP, Xamarin, Blazor, etc. And he is MCP, MCST certified, MVP in Windows development, former Microsoft student partner, and BizSpark alumni as well. So I'll hand over the session to Alexei now.
Thank you. Just a second, I will share my screen. So I'm going to talk about security. I'm not white hat, I'm not black hat, I'm just software developer, but I'm professional software developer, and I would like to tell you about things that you should know about. Maybe you have missed something for last years, what has happened. And so I would like to start from application security verification standard. Just in case if you're developing enterprise application, you should to check yourself about some rules. And OWASP, the famous organization dedicated to security, provides a document. We can download it from the GitHub, and I have already downloaded it. Here's this document, and I would like to scroll down and to show you some rules. So let's start from the first ones. And you see there are 3 levels. I will show you the diagram. So level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 related to absolutely all the applications, and it's a kind of black box testing, which means, so you see here the DEST, which means dynamic application security testing. It's in the case if you don't have access to the code, you can run penetration tests against the application. And so the level 3 is related, level 2 is related to more secure application, and the level 3 is related to absolutely secure applications. So the most secure applications, some secure portals, whatever. So you can open the document. You can open the document and you see the rules, and so this rule shouldn't be checked only against level 2 and level 3 applications. And you also can see CWE. So I will go to the next one slide. And so there are OWASP proactive controls. Then controls C1, so the names are starting with letter C. And there are common weakness enumeration. On this website, you probably can find the IDs. So, for example, ID 699 is related to this error. No. data processing errors. So you can find the ID of common weakness enumeration here. And you see also the C3, which is related to proactive controls, C3 security database access, in this case. What else? There is OVESP top 10, which also recommend to visit. And for example, you see the differences between the last years. And so cross-site scripting is not in the top anymore in 2021, in this year. But there are some new vulnerabilities. And top 25 CWE weaknesses. You just can check them on the same website. So what's in the top this year? So, and now I would like to recommend you some utilities. That's some online services, better than all to check my GitHub repository. So I have a GitHub repository, github.com programmer summer vulnerable applications. And in this repository, you see I have some badges. So this one badge is from LGTM service. So it checks my code every time when I do some commit. And so in this case, it was able to find that I'm using some user-provided value. So actually, this application, this solution contains a lot of projects, and so usually it's a demonstration about how you shouldn't write your code. It's a demonstration on vulnerabilities. And so LGTM was able to find a couple of errors for this one, and so something in GS. So actually, I think should be ignored some possible mistakes in jQuery or wherever. So from normal vulnerabilities, I think that only the first one could be interesting. And there are a lot of, so LGTM is one of my favorite services because you shouldn't give access to your GitHub code. You should just kind of log in and you can check your application. Sonar Cloud is pretty famous one. And what else? Shift left, just by seeing and code effector. So in this case, I was able to add code effector is more related to code equality, but so code equality and security, they come together. So I haven't mentioned also Sneak, which is also very popular. So I don't have a badge of Sneak. And so it's possible also to add a SonarLint extension for Visual Studio to improve your code quality. It's so of course ReSharper probably is something better, but yeah, there is something. That's a free additional checks for your code quality. So I can recommend you Sonar Cloud as a cloud service and SonarLint as extension for Visual Studio. This website, API Security, you see on the past tools and audit, provide interesting ability to check your Swagger. So I have Swagger downloaded from my website, and you see that after some checks, it shows that quality of my Swagger is 59 from 100. Which is, I think, is not bad. So because this service is more related to a style, maybe to rules, it's less related to a standards, to Swagger standards. Yeah, but some you see some errors. It has found some errors. So if operation has security defined, you should return 4 or 3, and it displays the place where this error is. And so string share has no pattern defined. Sometimes it's not possible to fix it because of limitation of Swashbuckle, because of a Swagger extension. And of course, additionally to SonarLint, it's good to use .NET analyzers. They are enabled by default in .NET 5 or 6. And so, as you remember, about level 1 penetration tests should be run. And the coolest application I can recommend is OWASP-ZEP. You can download it for free from this website, zepproxy.org. And I would like to show it to you. Of course, you shouldn't ever use the application against websites which you don't own. So you should use it only against your websites. But there is one website, hackthesite.org, which allows to try some hack operation against him. So I have took some information that they give the permission to hack them. So I copy the URL and we'll run automated scan first. Back. And you see there is a lot of requests assigned to this website. And I will move to the alerts tab because there are already some information. Yeah, mostly it's related to the headers. Yeah, in this case, related to CSP header. I will talk about it later. To X-frame, and so CSRF token is missing somewhere. Some cookie with no HTTP only flag, and some warnings related to the cookie. So everything is more or less fine, just only some warnings. So you can check your website and maybe you can later try to search information about this with those warnings. What I would like to show you else is manual attack. So I will run Firefox. And you should be able to see. Oh, no, wait a second. And there is a lot of requests that are displayed on the left side. We'll remove all of them for now. And what I do, I will try to log in as admin with a simple password 123. Of course, I wasn't able to log in because the password is wrong, but I will be able to see the request. Here's my request. You see admin and you see password 123. So what I will do, I will select the password and will run the fuss. 123. And I will add some payloads. So I will run SQL injection attack and then XSS attack against this request. So I'll try. And you see there is a number of requests sent to this website. So I will show you some of them. So we see instead of password, it sent some vulnerable code, XSS attack. So of course response is you're not allowed to. There's too much requests from this website, but the idea is that application is sending a lot of vulnerable requests like this one or like another one, and sometimes it's possible to find something. Sometimes it's possible to find some vulnerabilities. But of course, once again, do it only against the website that you have relation to, only against your websites. Or against this one, if it gives the permissions. So XSS attack is probably the most popular attack. And of course, you know about storage XSS, the typically type of attack when data is stored in database and then displayed. There is also reflected XSS attack when data is not stored in database, but just displayed on the next page, is sent with, I don't know, somewhere with a query. Next time of attack when DOM is generated, and the interesting mutated XSS attack when it's something new, maybe 7-8 years old. It's when your code, for example, when your sanitizer try to sanitize the input, but in the result, the safe code become vulnerable. So after some changes on your side. And blind XSS, it's success when you submit the data in one application and get the result in another application. And what to do, how to protect your website. So first of all, of course, just do the limitation of your data. In case if you have input for the date, just check that only date was inputted. In case if you have numeric field, just check only numeric values. Just add regular expression wherever it's possible. And after retrieving from database, it's recommended to do it after retrieving from database, do a sanitization and coding. Why? Because your sanitization package might be updated, and so you will always use the latest version of your sanitization package if you display the data after storing it from database. And use in .NET Core, use encoders from System Text Encoding Web namespace. There are 3 of them: one for HTML, another from JavaScript, and another for URL. And this interesting type of attack. How do you think? How is important is to have standard HTML? How is important is to have, for example, doc type header? Does it have any relation to security? So actually it has, and there is a quirks mode, and in case if your HTML is not valid, browser could be started in the quirks mode. So I will show you the demo. No, this link. You see I have a website, PRSSI demo, Azure websites, and there is some CSS on this website. So the website is displaying IBAN, some bank information, and some CSS. And so the website, if you take a look on the code, it doesn't have doc type inside. So in case if I will add 2 additional slashes to URL, you will see CSS has been disappeared and IBAN is displayed as a wrong IBAN. So that's a trick. That's because of the browser in quirks mode, and so if to add some slashes, it displays CSS. It lets you to run. It displays CSS even if the code of your page is wrong. CSP. That says rescue from XSS and from some other types of attacks. And the idea is that you should try get rid of unsafe line. So you should have only your CSS and JS only in files on your website, and better even not to use JS and CSS from the CDN from another websites. Just copy to your folder. So in this case, you see style set to unsafe lines. Unfortunately, sometimes it is required for some JS libraries. And for scripts, CDN is added as a valid source, and there is a nonce and some SHA. In case if you would like to add some script into your web page, you can add a nonce. That's some random text encoded with base 64 encoding. And in this case, you can add nonce to your code. And so you can mention these nonce in your CSP. That's a code from the startup CS file, so this code could be added into the startup CS file. Read more about it. We have a shorter session, so I cannot talk more about it. And also you can add, so actually CSP, that's a header, and you can add CSP also as a meta tag. And this is all types of headers. So I do recommend better to add them, because a lot of users still have old browsers, and so better cover even so it's good if your website is covering also old browsers. So this type of attack protects from clickjacking. I have a small team of clickjacking. Actually, that's the page. Actually, that's not Wikipedia page. That's iframe. This Wikipedia page in sites, and because Wikipedia doesn't have X-frame options deny set, that's why it's possible to add some vulnerable script. It's possible to inject it into the iframe, and you see I have some button which is hidden, and if I click on it, something dangerous could happen. So I think button is here. Yeah, you see something has happened. So in this case, it's just a demo, but yeah, it could be more dangerous. And some old XSS protection header and content type option no sniffing. That's as a simplified example, I can talk about some attack when some exe file or some library, some DLL files, some JS file is renamed to a JPEG file and executed on the client side. If the doc simplified, SPECCT doesn't more needed, because CT is certificate transparency. It's already used by default. Some kind of check for certificate, does certificate valid or not, and referral policy in case if you'd like not to display your website, or in case of somebody going to another website from your website and you would like to doesn't display information about your website from where referral was. So you can also add no referrer to links with rel attribute or as meta tag. That's a new, previously called feature policy. Currently, it's called permission policy, and it allows you to give some permissions for a camera or for some devices that your website might use on the client side. URL redirection. That's, you see, I mentioned even CWE number. That's a kind of attack usually related to redirect. And for example, so it's not really harmful for your website, but it could be harmful for your website users when because they might be redirected to some wrong website. For example, from contoso.com, they might be redirected to contoso1.com, which might be vulnerable. And so just always check your does the redirection URL is local or do a local redirect? There are two options that you can have. And CSRF, of course, you know about it. Of course, you're using it. Of course, so in case if you have an ASP action at item, if you don't have an action, old action, if you have ASP action, in this case, CSRF token is added automatically to your web page. But there are some situations when you're afraid that you can forget about validate anti-forgery token. So you can add it at once for all of your pages in the startup CS file. You can add services at MVC and add filter with auto-validate anti-forgery token attribute. And it will be working for all methods except methods like get and head. This part is pretty interesting, but it's more related to classic.NET, XML external entity attacks. If you're using .NET, just pay attention. If you're using some old versions of .NET, and if you're using .NET Core, you're safe by default. Only if your code does not contain some vulnerable, some kind of backdoor, some code like this. If you don't have DTD processing pairs, or you don't have XML resolver, you don't have custom resolver. So at least if you would like to parse, you can add this setting. And so JSON.NET is also secure for deserialization by default, in case only if you're not using type name handling all. So in this case, something dangerous might happen, and please don't use binary formatter, or at least use it with trusted data. So I have a demo if you have time. So we have not much time, so I'll try to show it quickly as possible. Or you can check my GitHub repository and check the vulnerabilities yourself. Yeah, for example, this one is related to Newton's of JSON. And so what it is, actually, this payload is executing the gadget chain, so-called gadget chain, when something might happen with your system. So it might take the upsetting JSON. It will make it read-only. So if I check my upsetting JSON, it's already set to read-only. I will remove this checkbox and I will execute it now. And it should be read-only again. Yeah, you see it was set as read-only. And to else examples are related to XYear. And so in case if you're using custom XML resolver, it's possible to get access to, for example, ini file on the Windows directory. Here it is. And another one kind of attack is in case if you set DTD processing to pairs, you might receive those attacks. This kind of attack is pretty famous, and so I will not run it because my computer might hang in, might be frozen. So you can find on this one website some payloads that might trigger gadget chains. So you can generate a payload, for example, for .NET Nuke, for some another CMS, .NET CMS, but they are vulnerable only for .NET Framework. Cookies. So please pay attention on secure and HTTP only properties of your cookie. In case you will name the cookie with secure prefix or with host prefix, the secure cookie will be secure by default. And in case if you name it with host, then also domain would be added. And there is more or less new same site attribute, which might be additional REST from CSRF. There are two different standards, and there is some mess about this attribute. So cookie are not perfect at all. I will show you an example why. So one of the examples why they're not perfect a little bit later, just in 2 minutes. And so please, if it's possible, set the cookie as strict. But sometimes, for example, if your website redirects to some payment system and payment system give a redirect to your website, so it's only possible to have the same site. So it's set to lex. And there are new attributes, same party and first party sets, another one proposal from the Google, which might make your cookie more secure. And the HTTP only, which in theory should allow only access to your cookie only from the backend. It's not actually secure. Oh. So there is a website, and I go to the cookies, and you see the cookie with a role called user, and this role was set from the backend, and it HTTP only is set to true, but secure is not set. And I can run JS code, and so this JS code will create 200 of cookies, and the role cookie will be overwritten with admin. But in case if you will add secure flag to this cookie, it shouldn't happen. So it will not happen. So that's actually a vulnerability which can be run in the modern browsers, even in modern browsers. So regarding the brute force attack, it's possible. So I will take two more minutes, okay? Just to finish.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. In case if for brute force attack, it's possible to lock account, but it's not necessarily a good idea. It's possible to use reCAPTCHA to reduce number of requests, but reCAPTCHA could be bypassed. Strong password rule, of course, you should have it. So in this case, DOS attack might not have sense. Sometimes just add delay between retries, possibly the best option. It's not perfect option, but it's possibly the best option. And just allow to log in from certain IP addresses if possible, but usually it's not possible. Or use two-factor authorization, which also is not perfect, but give some additional protection. HSTS. So if possible, please add this section to your startup CS and use HSTS. HSTS, that's some kind of catalog which moderated from Google. And on hstspreload.org, you can submit your website to this catalog. And it will give you additional security for your SSL, for your HTTPS connection. And there are some possibilities to create free SSL certificates with help of Let's Encrypt, Bypass, GoSSL, with Zero SSL, Cloudflare, probably the easiest way. They provide the free ability to protect your website with SSL, and there is a utility which is called Certify the Web. And in case if you have enterprise application, finally, if you have enterprise application, you can use website application firewall. And there is a lot of paid firewalls, for example, like those, or each major cloud have also its own website application firewall. Thank you. That's all from me. So I think we don't have any time anymore.
Thank you, Lexage, for a wonderful session. Moving on, we would like to call our next speaker, who is Steve Lorello, and he will be presenting on the topic indexing, searching, and aggregation with Ready Search in .NET. So I'll hand over the session to Steve now.
All right, sounds good. Let me just make sure my screen is up before we get rolling. All right. Anyway, hello, my name is Steve Lorello. I am a developer advocate at Redis, and I'm going to be talking today about indexing, searching, and aggregation using Redis, Search, and .NET. So before I start on any talk, I usually like to go over a bit of an agenda of what I'll be covering. Today we're going to be talking, well, we'll start with a brief introduction to Redis. I suspect many of you know what it is, but still we're going to go over it all the same. Then we're going to talk about a couple of Redis data structures that are relevant to our topic. Then we're going to be talking about secondary indexing. We will briefly go over how you used to build secondary indices with Redis, like the traditional OSS Redis. And then we're going to be talking about secondary indexing with Redis Search. Then we're going to be talking about writing queries with Redis and writing aggregations with Redis. And at the end, I actually have a new library that we just put out this week that I'm going to be showing you all. So what is Redis? Redis is a NoSQL database. NoSQL means, it doesn't use SQL. It's completely in memory, which is one of its major speed advantages. And fundamentally, it is a key value store, even though in addition to just being a flat key value store, it also has a bunch of data structures, which sort of make it a multimodal database that you can use for all sorts of applications. And probably the two most compelling things about Redis that most people love is that it's fast and that is extremely simple to use right out of the box. So Redis data structures. The 5 we're just going to be talking about really briefly here are strings, sets, sorted sets, hashes, and JSON. Strings are the most basic of the Redis data structures. Simply a key retrieves a single value in Redis, and that value can further be encoded to different data types like floating points or integers and all different types of little data types in there. It's the most basic data type in Redis, and most users who have used Redis probably have never looked beyond this data type, but there are more. Sets are mathematical sets of Redis strings. They are unordered and they do not allow duplication, and they have all sorts of set operations like intersections, differences, unions, and sets are actually like the first thing we'll be talking about when we're talking about the traditional way of building secondary indices. You can see a brief example here where you do an S add, which is a set add to a particular set, a particular person's ID. And then that set, like so person colon name colon Steve would equal person 1. Sorted sets are very much like sets. They are ordered sets, but they store a score member pair instead of just a single string. They also do not allow duplicate members. They allow duplicate scores, and you can order them by score and by lexicography. And these are great for building secondary indices that have numerics in them, like an age, or even geolocations work with sorted sets, and even some full text applications work with them. So then we're going to be talking about how we're actually storing data in Redis if we're going to be searching for it. So Redis hashes are a great way of storing objects, essentially, flatter objects, but they are essentially field value stores in Redis. So you have a key, which is the hash identifier. So in this case, like person 1 over here. And then you have fields like age and first name, and then you have the values that are stored. So this command here, hset person colon 1, age 32, first name Steve, would create this object in Redis, person colon 1, with the age of 32 and the first name of Steve. So, I mean, probably is fairly evident how this can actually be used for storing objects. But in addition to that, there is a data type called JSON, which is based off of JSON, which allows you to store objects as JSON in Redis and access them via the JSON path and update them via JSON path. Now, traditionally, folks would use just flat JSON strings and store them in Redis and pull them out of Redis for serialization and deserialization, but that meant that you had to pull and push the entire object to and from Redis every time, which could be really taxing with larger objects. So this module that's produced by Redis, called Redis JSON, allows you to store JSON objects in Redis as essentially native JSON. A Redis module is essentially a plugin into Redis that you can use under the source available license that we have, which essentially means you just can't provide a SaaS service that exposes these kinds of capabilities, but you can more or less use it yourself or use it in the Redis Enterprise Cloud. Now, on to more or less the topic of this talk, which is finding stuff in Redis. You can't search for Redis in the traditional way you would search through a SQL database. So select star from people where first name equals Steve is not going to work, nor is select star from people where age is less than 35. Neither of those will work because there's no just traditional indexing in Redis, like right off the bat, and in Redis itself doesn't support like the scanning through commands that will essentially look over your whole data set and produce a bunch of results. So you actually have to go in and intentionally build a secondary index to go along with Redis in the traditional sense. So secondary indices are efficient ways of finding items in the primary key by a particular value. So in Redis, the primary key, the primary index are the keys that you're storing your objects in. So if we look back at our old hash a little bit earlier, person:1 was the object for Steve. So that person:1 is the primary key. They have to be explicitly declared, and they are separately maintained and updated from your data. So what does this mean in the old OSS version of Redis? Well, what it means is that if you want to store like an object, like a person object, and you want to do different kinds of matching against it, you need to have a way of matching things and looking through them efficiently. And usually the way this breaks out is by using sets and sorted sets. So for example, if you wanted to do an exact text search, so you want to find all the people named Steve, you would have an unsorted set of just person:, first name, whatever the name is, and then you would store all the objects that match that criteria in there. For an exact numeric, you could do the same thing. For numerics in general, or sorted numerics, you can use a sorted set. And for full text, you can also use sorted sets. So for example, if we have person:, name, Steve here, that contains person:1. So I could essentially just look in this index here for all the people who are named Steve. So for exact matches, you store the data in a hash, and then you query this, essentially the set here. And then for each ID in that set, you would query the hash for that result. So this works even with more complicated queries because you can use those set operations we talked about earlier. So like if you want to find all the people whose first name is Steve and whose last name is Lorello, you could do person:, first name, Steve, union, person:, last name, Lorello. And all the IDs that came back in there would be the IDs that you then need to look things up in. For range queries, for numerics, you use sorted sets and you store the scores in a particular field. And then you just use range queries. So you would essentially, if you were looking for an age, you would do a Z range, which is the command that you use for looking things up by a numeric in a sorted set, and you would just do Z range by score, like 32 to 32, and that would find all the people whose age was 32. Now, hold on, I'll just go on my terminal here, and I'll just sort of show this. So I'm going to do a docker run -p 6379:6379 and Redis /Redis mod. And separately over here, I'm going to bring up another terminal and Redis CLI. So if I did a hset person:1, first name Steve, age 32, I could then just sadd to person:, first name, Steve, person:1, and I can do a zadd person:, age, and then I could store 32 and person:1. And if I wanted to find all the people named Steve, I would do a s members person:, first name, Steve, and that would bring back person:1, who's the only person in there. And if I want to find all the people named whose age was 32, I could do Z range by score, and then person:, age, 32, 32, and that would also bring back person:1. So essentially this sort of shows you that you can just use the native data structures in Redis to build these queries. But the pro of this is that it can be done with any version of Redis out there. So if you're using Elasticache or MemoryDB or Google's or Azure Cache for Redis, the non-enterprise version, you can do this just using the native data structures of Redis. It allows you to, and it also allows you to have total control over what you index and what you don't. So if there's certain objects you don't want to index, you just don't index them. And it is excellent for job security because it is extremely complicated to build these data models once you start doing anything complex. And the biggest drawback I would say is that it's impossible to horizontally scale a database with a secondary index built. So you can't shard these indexes across a bunch of different Redis shards and maintain any sort of atomicity when you're updating. And the reason for that is because the set keys don't necessarily need to be on the same shard, or will not necessarily be on the same shard as the actual objects that they're storing, unless you explicitly make them, in which case you're not, horizontally scaling your data out. So essentially you have problems in this approach in that it is difficult to atomically horizontally scale your database out. And also you need to regularly run consistency checks and updates throughout your cluster if you're trying to horizontally scale these. It's rather difficult to use. And that brings us to Redis Search, which is sort of the crux of this talk. Redis Search is another module that Redis maintains. It allows you to define a schema on an index. And after you define that schema, so after you set up the index, Redis will just take care of updating everything for you, and this can be done across shards. We're using there's a coordinator that coordinates the updates between shards. It provides you full text search capabilities, exact matches, numeric range queries, geofiltering capabilities, and it automatically, like I said, maintains your indexes across shards, and it's available under that same source available license. All right, so I ran the Redis Labs Redis mod module, but if you want to just run Redis Search, you could just run Redis Labs / Redis Search, and you're up and running with it with Docker. Or you can, if you want to actually get to deployment and you don't want to have to manually maintain your own cluster, you can also use Redis Enterprise, which I guess I should mention. So in Redis Search, for creating indices, you just declare that the type that the index can be created on. So either a hash or JSON. Indexes may be declared on a prefix. So for example, if I don't want to try indexing all the hashes, I could just say any hash that has ;:, that starts with ;:, will be indexed, and it'll automatically filter out anything that's not ;:, or something in the index. Indices contain a schema mapping fields to an index type, and there are 4 index types. Tags, which are exact matches, or they can also be faceted matches because you can provide them separators, which it'll match against a bunch of them. Text is a full text search capability, so you can find text within a larger text document, a larger bit of blob of text. There are numerics, which are obviously numerical numbers, and you can run range queries and exact match queries on them. And then there are geofields. So like if you have a set of coordinates, you can filter out different results based off of the coordinates that you're looking at. We'll look at all this in a bit. So the native language of querying in Redis uses this ft search command. And essentially for tags, this is how you would search. You have the field name with an @ in front of it, colon, and then in the braces, you put your search data in. For text, it's the same thing, except without the braces. For geofields, you would use the geofilter subcommand, and for numerics, you would essentially use square brackets and put the range that you're looking at in there. Another powerful thing you can do with Redis Search is run aggregation, so you can query data along the same lines as querying, and then you could build pipelines to transform indexed data in Redis, and then you could group like items together to run reductions of them, and then filter out data based off of the results of those aggregations. Apply functions are part of aggregations. You can essentially apply a function to the data in Redis and run it on Redis. And this allows you to use a variety of mathematical string and timestamp functions. And then you can store the results of applied functions in a pipeline and use them later for reductions and further applied functions. Group bys work just like a group by would in other databases. You can group like items together, and then you can run reducers on them, like you can run sums and averages and standard deviations, all sorts of like summary statistics on them. And those group records can be returned or passed further down the pipeline. And that brings us to Redis Ohm, which is the library that we just released this week. It actually supersedes a lot of the syntax that I was talking about here earlier in regards to actually querying things. So it allows for declarative syntax for index creation. We have a Fluent API for performing searches and aggregations, and we have object mapping for mapping objects to Redis data structures. And so with that, I'm going to pop into my demo, and I'm going to create a new terminal, and I'm going to see Redis, projects Redis, and I'm going to do a .NET new console -n test Redis Ohm. And I'll go into and to actually open Redis Ohm, or to add Redis Ohm to your library or to your application, just do a .NET add package redis.ohm. And I'm going to, not start because it's on a Mac. Open, and I'll open my project. All right, so when Writer finally opens up, I'm going to open my program file. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually connect to Redis with it. So I will just do a var provider equals new Redis connection provider. And I will pass in a Redis URI, which is going to be Redis // local host :6379. Let me zoom in a little bit so folks can see. And then I'm going to just grab a connection from here, equals provider dot connection. And then I'm just going to run a console.writeLine connection.ping or execute ping .toString. And I will just do a connection.execute, and I'll flush the database every time when I'm done. So if I just run this, you're going to see that it's going to come back Pong right here, and then the database is going to be flushed out. Now that's just some preliminary connection logic to make sure everything's working nicely. And I'm going to create a simple data class. So I'm going to create a class for, I like to use Muppets as my my demo class. So public class Muppet, and then I'm going to provide them a first name, last name, personal statement, age, and I'm going to also give them a geolock for home location. And then just to store these in Redis, I'm just going to declare that I'm going to add the document attribute to the top here. And then I have a few Muppets that I created ahead of time for this talk. I have Kermit, Bunsen, and Beaker. And to just add them to Redis, I just do connection.set. And I'm going to pass in Kermit .set, Bunsen, connection.set, Beaker. And then with these all on Redis now, I can start querying them. So I could do a console, WriteLine, Muppets, named Kermit. And then I could just grab this this Redis collection object. So Muppets equals provider.redis collection Muppet. And then to actually query a Muppet. So I'm going to find all the Muppets named Kermit. Well, I'll make this actually, I'm going to make this a async task. There we go. I will do an await for each var Muppet in Muppets dot where x dot first name equals Kermit. And I'll just going to do a console dot write line Muppet dot first name Muppet dot last name, and I'll run that, and it'll print out Kermit the Frog, or it'll die terribly. Oh, because I did not create the index. Well, there you go. Hold on. So you actually have to create the index first. So you just do connection dot create index type of Muppet, and that will create the index for you, and then you just run it. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I have to go in here and actually declare the items that I want to index as indexed. Sorry, it's a bit early in the morning here in New York. So indexed. I'm going to declare this searchable. Age is going to be indexed, and geolock is going to be indexed. And then I can create the index, and then I can query it. There we go. I'm sorry about that. Just a little early for me. So that's how you would just query just a simple like name or something, and then to do age, you can do Muppets less than 60, and you just do the same thing, but instead of looking for Kermit, you look for age is less than 60. Simple. There you go. And then if you wanted to do something like you want to find like a restaurant for all the Muppets to go to. So Muppets within 10 miles of a restaurant like Nobu's, which is a restaurant it's a sushi restaurant in LA. You could do like a Muppets that geofilter, and then you could just do x dot home location, and then you would do Nobu's dot longitude, Nobu's dot latitude, and then you would do 10 and miles. And then, if I remember correctly, I think all the Muppets are within 10 miles of Nobu's. So yeah, they all came up. But what if I wanted to find all the Muppets within 2 miles? I just changed that to 2. And then I think just Beaker and Bunsen will come up. Yep, Beaker and Bunsen came up. That was it. I'm running sort of short on time, but this is more or less the general idea here. For aggregations, you just grab an aggregation set. Provider dot aggregation set Muppet, and then you can do things like Muppet aggregations dot apply, and then you can do like a string dot format x 0 1, and then pass in x dot first name and x dot, and then you can store that as the full name. And then you can just do like a for each result in full names. I could do a console dot write line full name, and I can do result sub full name, and that'll actually produce the full name for you, and that'll all run on the server. It's not running in memory. Plus, I did something bad because I didn't set that as aggregatable. Yeah, that's all right. I had to set these as aggregatable. There we go. Yeah, so there you go. So they printed the full names out for all the Muppets. So yeah, I'm short on time now, but just before I go, again, I'm Steve Morel, developer advocate at Redis. You can follow me on Twitter. I think a bunch of the attendees here connected with me on LinkedIn too. Find me at slorello, slorello89 on GitHub. Some resources. We have the Redis project, which is the sort of the single source of truth for all the OSS Redis commands. Redis search is at redissearch.io. You can find the Docker image for Redis search here. Redis Ohm, which I just showed you, is available under the Redis GitHub repo. There's also NuGet. It's reddisohm.net. And you can find us out. We have free courses for Redis at Redis University, or you can find us on Discord. So yeah, I think that's pretty much, I think I can wrap it up there. Done. Hold on. I'm gonna just stop sharing, I think.
Thanks so much, Steve, for this wonderful session on Redis search and stuff. It's really good to see the technology is evolving so quickly, and it was really wonderful session by you.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good one.
Have a good day. Kiran, yep.
So that was the final session of today's conference. I hope you guys learned a lot and enjoyed a lot. So this brings us to the closing notes of our conference today. I would like to call up Rahil Kokar to share a few words with us, who is the man behind this event. Over to you, sir.
Hi guys, I hope I am audible and you should be able to see my screen. Yeah.
Yep.
Great. So I'll just won't take more than 5 minutes of everybody who spent a lot of time today in order to make this conference successful. And of course, spending time on the weekends is hard, but you know, that is what it takes in order to step ahead and learn better than the rest of the people around us. So I'll just take a couple of minutes and I will share what Code Movement Pakistan is all about. It's a not-for-profit platform which is all about spreading awareness of coding, technology, especially programming, to the people of Pakistan. And with the conferences like that, we are increasing and expanding our scope outside the borders of Pakistan. So thanks to the guys who have joined us from 5 different geographies other than Pakistan and made this conference so successful, especially Steve. Like, he had to wake up so early. It's so early in Florida right now. So thank you very much for showing up and sharing a lot of knowledge with the community of Pakistan especially. So we strive to unleash true potential of programming in Pakistan by leveraging skills of our schools, kids, universities, kids, and more importantly, the people who are working in software development industry. There's a whole lot of even software developers who are working for so many years in the industry and they do not know the true potential of what they can do with this technology. They're not supposed to be doing only 9-to-5 job. They can do a lot better with the technology and the skill they have. So we are here to unleash that potential to our community. And we want everyone and anyone around us to arsenal their skill set with the technology and programming especially. Our vision is to provide free technology awareness through our different kind of training sessions. One that you have had today. We have been doing this for last 8 years, and this one was bigger and better than a lot of conferences we have done so far. So our motto is come, learn, and go back to the community and serve what you have learned from the community. There are quick stats. We have done almost 70% free trainings and events under Code Movement Pakistan banner, including but not limited to Global Azure Days, Microsoft Visual Studio launch conferences, our flagship events, 5 annual developer conferences with the tag of DevCon, and 6th one is lineup coming up in next month, inshallah. Coding for Kids events, QA meetups, weekly jams, weekly coding jams, official Drupal events, DevOps and infrastructure, WordPress trainings, React, Node, and other front-end technology trainings, testing automation, data science trainings, project management is always there. Communication training led us by US-based professionals and our very special trainer programs. We have Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad chapters running for Code Movement Pakistan, and we are working on a Faisalabad chapter that is in process. This is something we posted on social media handles today. Of course, a lot of people know me. I undertake project management training. So if you send this PMP passcode to an email that is mentioned on social media handles, info@illbepmp.com, illbepmp.com. If you send this code, you will reserve a free PMP training seat with me in upcoming training session. So, but you have to do it in, let's say, next 52 minutes. So won't be accepting any request after 6 p.m. today. In order to wrap up the session, see, 85% of your financial success in your career is due to your personality and ability to communicate. Only 10 to 15% comes out of your technical knowledge. So, you know, the guys who are presenting the training sessions today, all of them, including everybody who were the audience today, so all of them are equally good in technology, and they have technical background. They have been doing technical work for so many years in their industry. But what separates from the people who are on the stage and who are sitting in the audience benches is the ability to communicate, negotiate, and the confidence they have. So I promote everybody who was in audience today, they need to come up and they need to be one of the presenters in our upcoming conferences, especially the conference that is coming up in next month with the title of DevCon. And you might be thinking that you might not be good enough in order to come up on the stage and do what the rest of the trainers have done today. You know, you might not be talented, but you know, there are 10 things that you can see on my screen that do not really need talent. Your attitude, doing extra the way all of us did today, even on the weekend, without any hope of any advantage, monetary advantage, the passion, being ready for opportunity, being coachable, showing up on time, work ethics, standing by your word, and showing the positive body language and positive attitude. So these things do not need talent. If you come up with these things as along with the technical knowledge that you're carrying in programming, especially in .NET, so you can do amazing things in your career in technology industry, and nobody can stop you to come up on the stage and present the way today's presenters have done. So once again, thank you very much for Code Movement Pakistan community, to Kiran, to Abdul Rahman for engaging everyone and taking out your time and managing this great conference today. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Assalamu alaikum.